morning, everyone. I'm Lisa, the Division of Price and Index here at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you this morning to this virtual BLS Consumption Symposium, including Commissioner Beach, Associate Commissioner Hill, and all the attendees. I extend a special thanks to those of you who submitted presentation proposals and our presenters today, and also to the session leaders, panelists, and rapporteurs for your future contributions today and tomorrow. And also to let everyone know that among these people who are part of our program, many are internationally recognized experts, while others are relatively new in their careers, but with great ideas. I also want to thank my staff in DPI&R, Brett Matsumoto and Jack Shield, who with me reviewed and evaluated all the submissions that came in. We accepted about 60% of those submitted. We set the final agenda, provided comments on draft presentations, and communicated with session leaders and presenters. Now, many months ago in a meeting with the commissioner, I shared with him my vision for BLS to produce a measure of consumption. And as it turns out, the commissioner shared the same vision. I think we were both awed by all the work that was being done within families as they provided for the consumption needs of their members during the pandemic. So this was a prompt to get this moving. This led to discussions with Adam Safir of the Consumer Expenditures Program and to Harley Fraser, who is a researcher within BLS who has done much experience. He has much experience with the American Time Use Survey. Now, with this seedling planting, the commissioner gave us a mission and a challenge to nourish this seedling. This symposium is a product of that early nourishment. We decided on a symposium rather than a regular conference in order to focus on the specific issue of consumption and measurement challenges, bringing all of us together to add additional nourishment. Jake, could you move to the next slide, please? As you know, this past summer, we announced that BLS would be hosting this symposium, and we issued a call for presentations. Many responded, resulting in our program today and tomorrow. I think you will agree that the symposium program is outstanding. As a colleague of mine recently said, this is an example of how BLS is striving to future-proof our work. The symposium represents the start of a new initiative within BLS to produce a consumption measure, a comprehensive measure of consumption at the micro, or what we refer to the consumer unit level, and we are using the Consumer Expenditure Survey as the anchor. The measure is to account not just for goods and services consumers buy with financial resources such as income, assets, and debt, but also income transfers, public as well as private, flows of services from owner-occupied housing and durables through barter, and home production for own use. The symposium features presentations from outside researchers as well as BLS staff. The symposium will illuminate the challenges of measuring consumption broadly at the consumer unit level. It will also highlight approaches that can be used, or we hope can be used, to help overcome those challenges through the integration of different data sources and imputation, and even perhaps machine learning. Now, approximately 140 people are in attendance, not counting our program participants. So let's get on to the logistics for today and tomorrow. I will serve as the Master of Ceremonies throughout these 2 days. Each session will be chaired by a session leader who will also lead the Q&A period. They're going to be short breaks, but these 2 days are going to be relatively long, going all the way to 1:30 in the afternoon Eastern Daylight Time in the United States. So please have your beverages and your snacks on hand. Jake Shield for both days. Jake Shield, your timetable for both days. I ask that you hold your questions until we enter the Q&A session after the presentations. To ask a question, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature within WebEx. The session leader will call on you, at which point Jake will unmute you. Then you can ask your question. But you can also type your question into chat. And in the event that the Q&A runs long and we don't get to your question, put your question in chat, tell us who you want it to be addressed to, and we will get back to you with an answer after the symposium. Also, I wanted to let you know that all presentations will be uploaded to the Consumer Expenditure Survey website, the same place where you saw the announcement, hopefully by next week. And in addition, We have plans to maintain a web page that will be a repository with papers focused on consumption measurement. So if you would like to contribute to that, send us links or copies of your papers, and we will add those to this repository. One final announcement is that the International Association for Research on Income and Wealth shortly will be announcing a call for abstracts for a session focused on a lot of what we're talking about today, on measuring comprehensive consumption, implications for equivalent scales, national accounts, poverty, and inequality. That conference is going to be in August next year in Luxembourg. Now, I turn it over to Adam Safir, Chief of the Consumer Expenditure Program. Adam?
Thanks, Tisa. Good morning, everyone. So Tisa talked about a new initiative at BLS to produce a comprehensive measure of consumption at the CU level, with CE serving as the anchor. The CE is uniquely positioned to play this role. I think most folks here are probably familiar with the survey, but for those who aren't, these surveys are a pair of nationwide household surveys. Thanks, Lisa. And thanks, Jake. The CE surveys are a pair of nationwide household surveys, the interview survey and the diary survey, conducted by the BLS to measure how U.S. consumers spend their money. They are the only federal government surveys that provide information on the complete range of consumer expenditures, as well as demographic characteristics and financial resources like income, assets, and liabilities. And while the CE is designed primarily to collect data on expenditures, as Lisa mentioned, and as others today will address, there's a lot of interest in using these data to produce measures of consumption. And so data already collected in the CE interview survey and the diary survey can be used to proxy consumption for some goods and services, but not for all. So we have an opportunity to augment and to leverage these data that have already been collected to produce a consumption measure by either adding questions, imputing values, or linking data. In order to do this, BLS would need to develop methods to account for home production and barter, the value of in-kind benefits, the value of the flow of services from the stock of vehicles owned, as well as other durables. Next slide, Jake. Just to take one example, government-provided in-kind benefits could be added to CE through a combination of imputation using data from household surveys, from other household surveys, and benefit values from administrative data. CU record level matches to administrative data for in-kind benefit recipients, or new questions added to the CE regarding these benefits. And I've mentioned once or twice, and I'll mention I think one more time, adding questions to CE. For anyone who's actually completed a CE interview, you'll understand, of course, that before adding any questions to the CE, we need to drop some questions because the survey is already fairly long, and our respondents are so generous in giving their time to provide this information to us 4 times a year. Next slide, Jake. So finally, I just wanted to mention a few current BLS projects related to extending the value and the utility of the data, especially in ways that might ultimately benefit a consumption measure. So, for example, increased use of administrative data is high on our list. One of the areas that we're looking at in this regard and that we've been looking at is investigating the use of Title 26 household-level income information from IRS data that have been matched to CE records to impute income variables. And using these more granular household-level income data in imputation and other production procedures or edits has a potential to improve the quality of CE estimates, not just for publication, but also for some of the uses that we'll be talking about today. Also, improving our assets and liabilities data is a major priority. While the collection of financial assets, credit, and loans within the interview survey enables users to better understand the financial picture of respondents, use has been limited due to high item non-response. And so implementing imputation techniques to produce a complete picture of financial well-being from the asset and liability perspective would be very useful. Lastly, as I mentioned a few times already, researching new questions that could possibly be added to the questionnaire is an important objective as well. So just as one example, looking at the topic of home production for own consumption, we could ask questions of respondents related to the provision of child care at home, caring for a CU member with a medical need, food production at home, maintenance and repairs, lawn care, and things of that nature. So that's it from me. Thanks Scott Curtin, Tom Creech, and others in the program for their support in coordinating the symposium. But like Lisa, I also want to thank all the presenters and attendees here for their insight and their ideas, for your insight and your ideas over the next 2 days. Your input is invaluable to our progress on this front. So I hope everyone has a productive event, and I'll now turn the virtual podium over to the Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself. I am the Commissioner for Labor Statistics, and have worked pretty closely with Thesia and with Adam on putting this symposium together, and I'm so excited now to welcome you all from all parts of the world. This is such an important topic. We use a lot of acronyms at BLS, so one of the things you should do is keep a little list if you're not familiar with our particular structure of language, and then ask those questions. Exactly what is Title 26? I know that must be puzzling to people who are not in this country. So let me just say again, I want to thank Thesia Gardner, who is the Chief of the Division of Pricing and Index Number Research. Has been working in this field a long, long time. Adam Saphir is extraordinary Chief of the Division of Consumer Expenditure Surveys, and has just told you what we think is going to be the shell in which these new questions will appear. Jake Shield and Brett Matsumoto, and all the researchers, reviewers, administrative staff at BLS who've gotten behind this project. I would also like to thank Mike Rufo and the technical team at the Department of Labor who's providing our linkage today, and to all the registered attendees from all over the world. Thank you again for joining us. Today we are coordinating people and ideas to begin the task of broadening our understanding of household consumption and measurement. This is just one of those fundamental moments when I think we can have a leap forward in our statistical understanding of the economy. The Bureau of Labor Statistics is looking to significantly improve consumption and expenditure surveys by including goods and services produced in the home. These services can come through the ownership of durables. They can be received through barter. They can be received as in-kind benefits from public and private sources. In doing so, we will get a better handle on consumption distributions in society. And that's something we currently don't provide, and shame on us for that. We really should be able to say to folks, here is how consumption, we think the basic pattern, the trend of consumption distribution in the United States. This effort is opening the door to a greater understanding of material well-being, which would really be at the core of what we're supposed to be about, particularly with regard to poverty measurement and the consumption patterns of young and old households, both of whom depend, we think, on a higher than average amount of household production. With the exception of the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis' satellite accounts, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics' American Time Use Survey, data and studies, home production is largely invisible as a resource available in meeting the needs of consumers and households. And it is invisible, I'm sorry to say, in current measurements of household-based consumption. So these are the reasons why we are looking for ways to understand the differences in household consumption across individual consumer units. I have long wanted the U.S. statistical system to participate more fully in the efforts of other leading systems in studying household production and its interaction with household income outlays. This is not to replace what we're doing, but to make it complete. And, you know, ever since we began to look at this, I thought, well, isn't that interesting that we don't do what really our ancestors in economic theory said we should be doing? It occurred to me how we might be missing the mark because we do not include consumption of goods and services that are produced in the household. This consumption adds to a sizable chunk of economic activity that we can't affect. For our view of the entire economy, for example, our concept of the output of the economy, while quite coherent, may be, in fact, lacking that little footnote that, well, this is the outcome, this is the output, and there's a bit more that's happening that we're not recording, but here it is, and if we did, look how large economic activity might be. I have some examples of real-life questions that cover how we might illustrate goods and services. They include things like, well, do you maintain your own gardens, your own lawns? You cut your own grass. Do you know anyone who works on their own car? I grew up in a rural part of the United States, and we all did our own car repairs. Do you know parents who homeschool their children and who manage elder care in their home? This is a growing area in this country, a growing pursuit. To carry this further, farmers consume carrots, beans, and other foods they grow for themselves, chickens and eggs. Some breeders raise their own beef, and they use their own corn to feed their own livestock. These are just a few of the questions that could capture the information we're looking for. National Statistical Office household expenditure surveys are currently limited to collecting data mostly on goods and services purchased, and time use surveys are focused on time use. But neither collects data on the combination of these two. These data, when considered across society and across a nation, illustrate a massive undercount, in my view, in consumer expenditures, which are used in defining poverty levels and other kinds of aggregate index levels of household well-being. These data could help in understanding how people live, their material well-being, for example, in comparison to measures based on income. You know, there was a time, I'm sure students of economic thought will recognize this, there was a time when the household economy was included in measurements of economic well-being. You can barely read a sentence in The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith or in the early work that drew inspiration from Smith, both in England and on the continent, and in this country to an extent, without drawing parallels with the 21st century. We can read studies of household data that measure income and poverty from the early 19th century all the way to the turn of the 20th century. British and French economists from the early 19th century took into consideration household productivity and its contributions to the economy. There was a point in time when economics and sociology were sort of combined in a single discipline, and we were looking at the household in a much more sophisticated way than we do today. The most important sectors they focused on were agriculture and manufacturing. Of course, the reason maybe we aren't looking at it today was the great transformation of the 19th century when people moved from the household economy structure to a more structure based on factories and an acute division of labor. But it seems appropriate that we should get back to that insight now. Their important role in the economy never really changed, but the focal point in academics fell away to other specialties. So now this research program has come full circle in my view and in my hope. Once again, we recognize many reasons for gathering these data. What we will accomplish today, and I hope going forward after this, is taking the first step in a 21st century view of household consumption. Using this outlook to measure consumption began with the interagency technical working group here in the United States on evaluating alternative measures of poverty. This group was organized in the last several years and has been, with P.C. Garner's leadership, producing a lot of very interesting work. This group banded together to discuss and make recommendations for the production of a household consumption measure to be used as a comparison to a threshold and income-based system. These improvements and others can be done by expanding and changing, we think, the consumer expenditure survey, much like Adam was just characterizing. And these measurements fall within the boundaries of the data we gather in the consumer expenditure survey. Our outlook for the next few years will be in that direction. Right? That is the commitment we're making, to explore what we can do with the CE and capture these important dimensions of current life. So in conclusion, the enthusiasm for this event is and the widespread interest in it is evident by the attendance today and is shared by everyone who works on this within BLS. In this symposium, I see support for the idea that we need to continue to study and understand how we measure consumption. We have the ideas, we have the tools, we have the tools that we need, and we have the people. We also have a responsibility for delivering a more sharply focused and inclusive measurement of the economy. We can take many steps in this direction, and it is my hope that this will be the first of those many. So again, I welcome you. I thank you for your interest and your participation. I thank particularly those who are contributing today to this symposium, and I hope you enjoy it, and I hope the fruits of this symposium lead us forward to a better understanding of how households produce their own goods and services. Thank you. Back to you, Thecia. I think you're on mute.
Unmute me. Okay, all right, here we go. Right, so what is consumption? Why is it important? Well, consumption is as old as time. It didn't involve the use of money or wealth. For example, picking and eating that first apple involved making a decision for Eve. She considered it a choice that would increase the well-being of she and her partner. Now, not all choices that we make are good. We know how that turned out. Okay, but let's go on to the next slide. Today, perhaps we think more broadly in terms of consumption, in terms of all the resources that we utilize to meet the needs of our families. So the first panel is going to address this question, these two questions: what is consumption and how is it important? The title of the session is Concepts, Challenges, and International Perspective. It's with great honor that I introduce our panelists today. They include Luigi Pistofari, Nancy Forbray, and Paul Schreier. Luigi is a professor of economics at Stanford University. His research focuses mainly on household choices, consumption, savings, portfolio allocation, labor supply, and time use. He's published his research in the American Economic Review, Econometrica, Review of Economic Statistics, Quarterly Journal of Economics, and many, many other internationally high-quality journals. He's a Ralph Lando Senior Fellow at Stanford Institute for Economic and Policy Research and a fellow of the University. He's also a research associate of the MBER, National Bureau of Economic Research, the Center for Economics and Policy Research, and IZA. And during the 2012-2019 period, he was one of the co-editors of the American Economic Review. Nancy Forbray is a professor emerita of economics and director of the program on gender and care work at the Political Economy Research Institute at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She's also a senior fellow of the Levy Economics Institute at Bard College. Her research explores the interface between the political economy and feminist theory, with particular focus on the value of unpaid work. Now, in addition to numerous articles that she's published, she's also the author of Rise and Decline of Patriarchal Society, which was published this year, the editor of For Love and Money, Care Work in the U.S., the Gender History of Economic Ideas, Valuing Children, Rethinking the Economics of the Family, and The Invisible Heart, Economics and Family Values. She's also written widely for popular audiences, including contributions to the New York Times, The Nation, and American Prospect. Paul Schreier was nominated as Chief Statistician of the OECD and Director of Statistics and Data Directorate in 2020. He joined the OECD in 1988 and held various positions in the Directorates for Science, Technology, and Industry, and Environment and Statistics. He holds a PhD in economics as well. His personal research interests include national accounts, the measurement of capital, productivity, welfare, non-market activities, and prices. He's the author of several OECD manuals and has a record of publication in international journals and books. As a recent publication, View of Income and Wealth that everyone should look into. The 2008-2009, he was the rapporteur for the Stiglitz-Fituzzi Commission on the Measurement of Economic Performance and Social Progress. In this session, panelists will have approximately 22 minutes. They're each going to present in order on the program. Then they will discuss among themselves for about 10 minutes. feeding off of each other, and then after that, questions will be received from the audience. The session, including the Q&A, is to end at 10:55. Then we'll have a 10-minute break from 10:55 to 11:05. All right, I hand it over now to Luigi.
Thank you. And do I have control over my slides, Jake?
Yes, you should have control now.
Okay, so thanks for asking me to be part of the panel. And my role is to say something about consumption concepts and practical issues. Oops. Nope. Okay, so let me start with some of this background, and I will probably repeat some of the things that have already been said, and probably say something about something that is going to be said by other people during the conference. So consumption spending is the most relevant component of GDP. It's more than 2/3 of GDP, and it's actually been rising according to national accounts. And so because of the fact that it plays such a large weight on GDP, this explains also why we are so interested in what consumers do, and we care about consumption data. When there are swings in consumer confidence, this may actually start to even amplify economic cycles in one direction or the other. And it's not surprising that when we think about stabilization policies or fiscal stimulus packages, they're typically conceived and often implemented with the consumer in mind. And even from a theoretical point of view, many economists would agree that consumption is a better measure of welfare, well-being, or living standards than income. I want to discuss in this presentation three broad issues that motivate our interest in consumer behavior and data on consumption. The first is the kind of wide range of questions that regard consumption and maybe of interest to policymakers. The second, and we go a little bit deeper into data issues, the conceptual difference between consumption and spending, that is between what we would like to observe and what we actually observe typically in survey data. And then I will talk a little bit about data, in particular reference with, of course, with the consumer expenditure survey. And speaking of acronyms, we still have to decide whether it's a CE or CEX or CS, but that's something for another day. Okay, so let me say a little bit about what kind of questions are of interest to policymakers. So partly motivated by my research, one very traditional question in macro is to try to understand how consumers respond to changes in tax or welfare that affect the level of the resources that they have, so income or wealth, or change the path of future economic resources. So this is the very venerable research on the marginal propensity to consume, which of course feeds into the literature on the macro multiplier, and so it's obviously quite important. And I will note in passing that people at working on the CE have been particularly ingenious in past years in introducing new questions in the survey to try to create quasi-experimental variation when fiscal stimulus packages were passed but received by people in different time of the year. Now, the main issue that I think are important for current research on the MPC are once we shifted away from aggregate data towards microdata, one thing that became very evident, very clear, is that there is a huge amount of heterogeneity in how consumers respond to policy, which also kind of seem to suggest that from a policy perspective, targeting of policies towards individuals that have a large MPC may be one thing that one might want to think about if the objective is to max out the aggregate impact of policies. And besides the documentation of the size and the extent of heterogeneity in MPCs, I think it's important, of course, also to understand where it's coming from. And part is coming from clearly frictions in credit markets or labor markets, and partly from the nature of the income change. So whether it's anticipated or unanticipated, whether it's transitory or permanent, small versus large, and so forth. And clearly trying to understand, how the size of the response connects with the nature and the type and the mode of income change is important for trying to forecast the effect of different types and different ways of conducting policy. The kind of next range of questions that, they are also, in a way, first order, and the Commission, I think, touched on this, is distributional issues. Now, if we truly believe that consumption is a better measure of welfare than income, then it's natural to ask if the kind of forces that have generated large increase in income inequality or wealth inequality have also generated large increases in consumption inequality or welfare or living standards or well-being. Here I would say that the literature or the empirical, evidence on this particular topic is still a bit mixed. We need more research on this, as well as we probably need more research on trying to understand, to move away from the static concept of inequality and thinking about the more dynamic concept of mobility. That is thinking about whether, consumption poor households tend to persistently be consumption poor, or whether we observe transition over the life cycle or across generations. And here I think research has been partly frustrated by the lack of long panel data that are needed to address this type of questions. And I'm curious about this distributional accounts idea, because we've seen distributional accounts being constructed for income and wealth, and I know there's some work in progress for consumption. I would be curious to see how the aggregate growth in consumption is then allocated among people in the individuals in the population according to work criteria. That is definitely something that goes under the rubric of studies on distributional issues. Home production, we heard about this before. We will probably hear from the next presenter. To me, it's a classical problem of missing consumption. If we hire someone to clean a house, that is recorded as consumption, but if we do it ourselves, it doesn't. And to me, some of the, besides the fact that home production has been shown to be important from a theoretical point of view to explain some consumption puzzles or to affect supply, to me, two things are interesting with home production. The first is that it's heavily skewed towards certain types of gender, so it's particularly important for women. And also the pandemic has probably changed the way we think about home production, and it's not clear if this is a kind of transitory or permanent effect. The other couple of questions that are to me interesting are, the first is the within household allocation of spending. That is, issues of intra-household inequality in consumption. And here, the call for more sophisticated data collection is probably warranted, because identification of patterns of intra-household consumption inequality requires collecting information on the private consumption that people do within households, separately from the public aspect, like, utilities, rent, and so forth. And the CE has been actually quite ahead of the game in this sense, because it collects some information, for example, on clothing spending separately by men and women, by boys and girls, and that is certainly something that should be exploited more heavily than it has been. And related to my own research, I've done some work on the role of interdependent preferences, that is, the presence of social network effect or peer effect on consumption. And to me, the interesting aspect of this from a policy perspective is that if these effects are present, they create social multiplier effects separate from the classical, Keynesian multiplier we used to, and generate, changes in consumption even for households that are not targeted directly by some policies, simply because of the degree of connectedness that they may have with other households that are actually targeted by the policy. They also have create distortions in consumers' behavior. So from a welfare perspective, these are important. And here, the data relevant complication is that it's really hard to identify the reference group, so who our peers are from the data that we have currently available. So next, so I want to talk about the conceptual difference between consumption and spending, in particular reference to the problem of measurement of consumption inequality. But you can apply to other contexts. So for economists, of course, welfare is measured, for some economists at least, welfare is better measured by consumption than income. And in fact, what we put in our utility function is consumption together with leisure. Now, the variable that, of course, we would like to measure is consumption, but in survey data, typically we have spending. And there are many reasons why consumption differs from spending and why this discrepancy may matter for the measurement of consumption inequality. And I want to give you a few examples. The first, and this has been mentioned before, is that spending includes the purchases of durables, and ideally we would like to measure the services that we draw from durables. And this may be complicated because spending is lumpy, is infrequent, is subject to a lot of frictions, and we would like to observe the stock of the different durables that people have. But of course, this is not always the case. In fact, in the CX, on the consumer expenditure survey, we observe the ownership of certain durables, and we observe actually a trove of data on car ownership, the make, the model of the year. There's some very brave people who try to estimate the services from cars, but I think there's more to be done. And the reason why the discrepancy between consumption and spending in this particular case may matter is that there has been an increase. If you compare the low income decile and the bottom income decile in ownership of durables, according to some numbers from the CX, what you see is that there's been a convergence in the ownership or availability of these durables, which seems to suggest that we might exaggerate the amount of inequality in consumption simply because the two groups have differed in the amount of services that they have been generated from the ownership of durables. And this doesn't say, of course, anything about the quality of the durables that people in different income groups have, but clearly suggests that this may be an interesting issue because of this particular dynamic. The second issue is that, and again, this has already been said, so some consumption is received in kind through private or public transfers, and the way to measure this is not obvious. There's also a problem of underreporting in survey data, as Bruce Mayer has documented. I think from a measurement of consumption inequality point of view, the important thing is that we know that both the participation and the degree of generosity of program has been increasing over time. And of course, these are programs that are creating kind sources of consumption primarily for people at the bottom of the distribution, which again suggests that the measure of consumption inequality and the dynamics of consumption inequality may have been affected. This is true for popular programs like SNAP, housing subsidies, or even Medicaid. Third issue is home production, as we said, is a missing component, and here I don't have really a good sense of whether trends in home production have been differing in different parts of the income distribution, but it's certainly something that needs to be documented. And the final point I would make is that spending is the product of prices and consumption or quantities that you consume, And spending inequality may differ from consumption inequality in important ways if the prices that poor households and rich households face are different. Of course, this may come through a process of search for better prices, of better deal, et cetera, but it's something important, I think, besides the very traditional worries or concerns about geographical differences in prices. This is more about the type of somehow home production stories that, for example, economists like Aguiar and Hurst have documented. And again, there is a jump between the kind of pure measurement problem and the welfare problem, because if poor people get lower prices because they search more intensely, of course, that has a welfare implication. They could have devoted that time to leisure or other activities. If they get lower prices because they get they're consuming a lower quality product, of course, that also has welfare implications together, shopping effects or other things of that sort. So this is, there's a big issue there if we want to jump from consumption inequality to welfare, well-being inequality. So data. In the last 30 years, I have, one thing that has been clear is that the type of questions that we've been talking about are no longer studied with aggregate data, but with microdata, and this also has manifested itself in the shift in the macro profession away from the representative agent model towards a model where heterogeneity and therefore the study of distribution becomes the norm. Now, of course, with increasing demand, there is increasing demand for microdata, which means that we are more interested in the quality of the data, we are more interested in the richness of the data that we have, and this symposium is a good evidence of this increasing demand. Now, the Consumer Expenditure Survey is the queen of data on consumption. It's the only truly comprehensive source of micro-level spending data in the U.S. We should be grateful to the BLS for giving us this immensely rich source of data. And as a user, what I've been appreciating is the long time which this data have been around. So starting in 1980, and if you are, if you don't mind the sampling differences, you could go back to 1970s and even some surveys in the 1960s. And it really is not, some of the surveys like chiefly the PSID, which has done a lot of work in trying to collect more and better data on consumption, they don't have the depth and the richness that the Consumer Expenditure Survey. Some interesting work on consumption these days has been done with scanner data or proprietary credit card or financial aggregated data, but they don't solve most of the problems that we've been discussing. They tend to be administered in nature, but they miss a lot of other things. They miss the cash, they miss the, whatever you do with the checking. They really don't solve the problem of the discrepancy between consumption and spending, if not for the price issue, which scanner data actually are really good at. And one way we want to rethink the price issue in the CE is probably trying to think about some scanner data type, data collection to see whether these things are really important. And I have two more slides and then I'm done. So no issue with the CX, and we sang the praise, and then we also want to say a few things. For people interested in studying the long dynamics, clearly by design, the CE has the problem of having a short panel, 4 quarters. We all know that over the years there have been discussion about issues with the CE matching or not matching the NIPA trends, at least for some components, and I won't have much to say about this because I'm sure it will be covered. And I think the only issue that concerns me for a study of consumption inequality or concentration of distributional accounts is the is the fact that high-income households tend to be increasingly less likely to participate, and they tend to underreport to a larger extent their spending or their consumption of luxuries. The richness of the CEE is, I think, manifests itself in the fact that it collects data on what David Johnson used to call the 3D: consumption, income, and assets. Despite the fact that there is no perfect overlapping in terms of data collection. But of course, it has limitation, and I won't spend much time on this. So it's possible to enrich CE. As the commissioners say, they're always trade-off. We would like to include questions on time use to have a handle on the issue of home production, but there is always the looming problem of survey fatigue. So, we need to cut somewhere. What can be cut? Probably the thing that could be obtained with less effort by just, for example, matching with administrative data. So if we could get all the income information from Social Security records or, tax records, this would dispense people from spending, 30 minutes of their time on giving information on their income and the sources of their income. Or, shifting things to special modules to learn about certain particular aspects of interest like time use and maybe randomize some households in and some households out, perhaps in different quarters. Okay, so I'm done, and I will stop here. Thank you.
All right, let's move right on to Nancy.
Hi.
Nancy, you should have privileges now.
I am not seeing my PowerPoint. I'm still seeing Luigi's.
Just go ahead and toggle through to the next slide.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Oh, okay, great. Here we go. So, really happy to be here. I'm coming at this more from the perspective of the American Time Use Survey than the CE, so I think it'll be very complementary with Luigi's presentation. As Commissioner Beach indicated, this is a long history to this debate over redefining consumption, and I think we've seen this really interesting acceleration of interest and progress just in the last few years. And it's reflected in the dramatic expansion of nationally representative time use surveys and also the proliferation of satellite income accounts. But what has really been missing has been the lack of attention to implications on the household level, their estimates and their implications. Even though Margaret Reed raised some of these issues back in 1934, it's taken a long time for them to gain traction. So I think it's really, really exciting that things are moving forward now. So my vantage point on this comes from a lot of discussions about this interface between paid work and unpaid work, and how you think about the relationship between them, the definitions and the measurement and the trade-offs. So back in 1997, I was involved with the MacArthur Research Network on the Family and helped the BLS organize a planning conference for the American Time Use Survey. And a lot of, those discussions were informed by a desire to better measure unpaid work. I learned a lot from my participation on the National Research Council group a little bit later that Catherine Abraham and Chris Mackey kind of organized. And I think there are a lot of really interesting precedents there for the discussion that we want to engage in today. And so I really want to encourage people to take a look at that volume Beyond the Market. Likewise, the report of the Commission on the Measurement of Economic and Social Progress that Paul Schreier was so heavily involved in has really generated some interesting ideas about this problem. So more recently, I've been a part of the Undersecretariat Working Group on National Accounts, thinking about moving satellite accounts towards a more kind of standardized treatment of unpaid work. And I'm also working with two colleagues, Pilar Gonalons at the University of Pennsylvania and Sean Frumstedt at the Center for Economic Policy Research, trying to write a report on sources of federal data for analysis of care provision writ large. So this is a project funded by the Hewlett Foundation, not really part of the mandate of today's discussion, but I'm really hoping that we can be in communication with and develop some contacts with other people who are interested in this larger question, not just the CE and the American Time Use Survey, but also some of the other surveys that have been mentioned, with a particular focus on understanding how paid and unpaid inputs into care provision are kind of affecting each other or trading off with one another. So I'm just going to cover really quickly, hit on what I think are some of the big conceptual issues: utility versus living standards, consumption versus investment, individuals versus households, measuring and valuing unpaid work, equivalent scales, and inequality among households. So I think a little theoretical self-awareness is really important here. There's kind of a big distinction between classical and neoclassical approaches, between looking at kind of objective living standards and subjective well-being. I don't see these really as competing, but rather as complementary. In order to be sure that they're complementary, we have to really understand them clearly. So to me, what this means is that for consistency with national income accounts, we really want to focus on material living standards rather than assigning a value to leisure. I think we want to be very attentive to measures of leisure and subjective well-being. I'm a big fan of all the empirical research in this area, but I think it needs to be kept somewhat separate. I don't know, to put it pretty simply, there's a big difference between what an individual is willing to choose, the way individuals choose to allocate their time, which is very much shaped by opportunity cost, and what other people, like other household members, might be willing to compensate that person for doing that work, which is more akin to replacement cost. So opportunity cost versus replacement cost are not just two alternatives. They kind of reflect two different perspectives. One is kind of a supply side measure, and the other is kind of a demand side measure. And when you don't have a market with an equilibrium between supply and demand, the best you can do is look at those two, but be sure to treat them consistently. So I'm hoping we can talk more about this. I think this is actually a pretty big underlying issue. So I think, the issue of consumption versus investment is even bigger than the problem with durable goods when you start thinking about care provision. And there's a growing literature on human capital investments, or more broadly, production of human capabilities. And in fact, there's been a number of efforts to develop human capital accounts. And this is all kind of consistent with the idea that some care provision, unpaid household work, and expenditures on the younger generation might be considered investment rather than consumption. And there's some intellectual history behind this as well that I think is a useful reference point. Back in 1976, John Kendrick argued for a cost-based estimate of the value of human capital that would include at least some family child-rearing costs. Bob Eisner seconded it, although in a slightly less ambitious way. Right now, most of the human capital accounts are based on output valuation, looking at the net present discounted value of educational attainment, basically. But yes, the output valuation is important, but it's also interesting to know what were the inputs, what did the inputs cost? What is it? What's the difference between what we're spending on the development of human capital or capabilities and what we're getting from it. And I think that's an issue that kind of bears on the cost of children and expenditures on children and the younger generation in general. So when we think about individuals versus households, we also want to think about kind of different categories of individuals within households. So there's a lot of interest in the policy world about total expenditures on children relative to adults and households. So it's not just household consumption. It's how much are these two age groups actually consuming relative to one another in the household. That it bears very directly on estimates of the cost of children, expenditures on children that the U.S. Department of Agriculture publishes on a regular basis. And, you know, there's been at least some controversy, which I hope I've contributed to, about their failure to include any systematic estimate of the value of parental time in their estimates of expenditures on children. But this also comes into play very directly in foster care reimbursement rates. And, you know, there's a very serious shortage of foster care, people willing to take on foster care in the U.S. that's probably related to very low reimbursement rates that ignore the value of parental time. And also child support awards, which are in a kind of a judicial discretion category that where there's a lot of confusion exactly about what exactly custodial parents and non-custodial parents are contributing relatively to the total expenditures on children. And I think Luigi mentioned that the CE makes it possible to look at some age and gender specific expenditures, and there is a pretty extensive micro literature on it. I'm a big fan of Shelley Lundberg and Bob Pollock's article about changes in the child allowance in England that led to a big increase in spending on children's clothing when the money went directly to mothers rather than fathers. And so I think that this is going to be a challenge, is to think about ways we can improve our understanding of intra-household consumption of both expenditures and time. And then obviously this expanded measure of consumption, along with expanded measures of leisure and subjective well-being, are going to be very relevant to debates over gender inequality. How much do men and women contribute to total household consumption relative to the number of hours that they're putting in overall? How is spending on private goods distributed, so forth and so on. So having been a user of the American Time Use Survey for some time, I feel very strongly that what the ATUS terms secondary childcare deserves more attention than it's gotten. This is basically because the question that the ATUS asks, which is, while you were engaging in this activity, was a child under 13 in your care, is picking up on a responsibility rather than a specific activity. And it's a much bigger constraint on maternal employment than time devoted to specific childcare activities. Really, on average, mothers are not spending more than 2 or 3 hours a day on active childcare, whereas they're spending 6 to 7 hours a day in supervisory care, because legally and socially someone has to be there to be on call and to be available if needed. And by the way, this really showed up with the BLS preliminary reports on the comparison between 2019 and 2020, looking at the relevant months, because not all months could be included in the 2020 survey as a result of the pandemic. But as we know, parents spend a lot more time with children as a result of the pandemic and childcare closures and school closures and so forth. And what you see is that secondary childcare went way up, and active childcare increased not at all for some categories of parents. So those two uses of parental time are very different, and they also have really important implications for thinking about valuation, because household production involves a lot of joint production. And a lot of that supervisory time that parents engage in is combined with other unpaid work and with leisure. So think about it this way. If you have to be home tending to the children anyway, the opportunity cost of doing the laundry is pretty low. But if you don't have to be home supervising the children because you have childcare services or your children in school, then the cost of engaging in other unpaid household services kind of goes up in relative terms. And I think that's issue of joint production is really important for care services in general. So some pretty specific implications in terms of valuation, I think, that implies that we want to really look at different activities that are combined in different ways with depending on who else is present. It's just like a big vector of different household service activities and applying different replacement cost estimates to those with maybe a very relatively low wage rate for time that is just supervisory and higher for combining it with other activities and higher still for developmental care or something like that. So one little problem that I'll just note very quickly is that the ATUS includes some very interesting estimates of care for non-household members. And this is particularly significant for the elderly, and there's also a lot of child care provided by non-household kin, like grandparents. And so it's not going to be easy to match those estimates with estimates from the CE because you don't really know who the ATUS isn't able to know who the consumer is for these estimates for the care of non-household members. So most of the literature in kind of using assigning a value to unpaid work in the national accounting context is using replacement cost wages. And the replacement, I think they're basically, as I said before, I do favor a replacement cost approach, in part because of the way that unpaid work is defined in the American Time Use Survey and in most time use surveys, which is it's not defined in terms of utility or disutility or subjective well-being. It's just defined in terms of these are activities that you could, in principle, pay someone else to do for you. So in a way, the kind of replacement logic is embedded in the very structure of time use surveys. But a really interesting and important extension of this kind of material living standards approach is the looking at output valuation. Duncan Ironmonger, Australian economist, really pushed for this method years ago, and the British Office of National Statistics took his suggestions to heart and have provided some kind of experimental estimates of childcare and other household service activities based on output valuation. That is asking, what would it have cost you to purchase these services outside the home? And it's a superior method of estimation because it's not based exclusively on labor costs, and it includes some consideration of capital and raw materials. And the great advantage of, I think, the big payoff to combining data from the CE with data from the ATUS in one way or another is that it will be possible to bring capital and raw materials into the valuation of unpaid household services, which is where I think it really belongs. So I think that's kind of the greatest value added of the project under consideration. Equivalent scales are a big deal here because household public goods are significant. We know that there are economies of scale in consumption, neighborhood effects, people sharing the same house, people sharing utilities. There are also really big economies of scale in household provision of childcare and food that we have been documented using time use data. And they're almost certainly bigger than economies of scale and consumption expenditures on these items. If you just think about it, if you go to a restaurant, the marginal cost of adding another person to the dinner table at the restaurant is approximately equal to the average cost per person, right? Whereas if you're cooking a meal at home for 3 people and a 4th person shows up, the marginal cost is lower than the average cost. So it's also true for childcare. You know, supervising or tending to one child while you're also looking after 2 others is much less costly than paying for, you know, on a per capita basis for childcare outside the home. So these economies of scale are really relevant, and we really need to be developing some kinds of instruments to get at them. And then if you think about the weights on children versus adults that are built into equivalent scales, either implicitly or explicitly, it's pretty clear that children require fewer cash expenditures than adults. I mean, after all, they eat a lot less, right, than adults, and a lot of equivalent scales have been influenced by kind of food spending, right? On the other hand, children require a lot more time, a lot more unpaid household service, supervision, and care than adults. So really, they should be weighted more heavily than adults if you're using a time metric. And so figuring out how to apply different weights for the imputations than for actual consumption expenditures is a challenge. And I toyed with some different estimates that I think demonstrate the implications of using different equivalent scales, and I think this remains a really important area for research. So what do we know, finally, about implications for inequality among households? Well, I think there's already pretty good evidence that in the cross-section, valuing unpaid household services is likely to reduce household consumption inequality because of the terrific work that Harley Frazes and Jay Stewart did on this issue, basically showing that there's not a whole lot of difference in the amount of time devoted to unpaid household work across the income distribution, which is itself, I think, a really surprising and interesting result. In any case, you end up adding kind of a constant amount of the value of unpaid services to market income across the income distribution. And because it's a larger percentage of total extended income at the bottom, it tends to reduce overall inequality. But this exercise has very different implications for looking at increased inequality over time. And the basic reason for that is that there is a lot more variance in women's earnings than in the valuation of their unpaid services. So, and that's a difference that's amplified by assortative mating, so that high-earning men tend to marry high-earning women. So if you look back in time, back in the 1950s and 1960s, housewives had a kind of equalizing effect on overall consumption, because they were adding a pretty similar amount of sort of consumption work to each household, whether they were at the bottom or the middle or near the top of the distribution. Of course, that is, I don't think, is true at the very, very tippy top, but it's still true nonetheless for a wide range of families, that kind of likely equalizing effect. So the big difference in the cross-section of expanding the definition of consumption will be that 2-earner families and single mothers are going to look worse off relative to breadwinner homemaker families, because those breadwinner homemaker families basically have more time to devote to unpaid work, especially own-produced childcare and elder care. And I think that will have some pretty interesting policy implications. And finally, what about poverty? Well, we know already that consumption looks very different if employment-related costs, including the loss of time for non-market work, are considered. So that's a kind of a new factor in the equation. We clearly need more research on income time poverty. What are the trade-offs between market income and time available for unpaid work, and also time available for leisure? And a really big question that I think remains really kind of unanswered is, what is the substitutability between unpaid services and purchase substitutes? You know, a lot of existing estimates either assume a pretty simple threshold, like you have to have at least this much time to devote to unpaid work in order to get by on X amount of market income. But we don't really know what that threshold is, and we also don't know what the trade-off is. You know, to what extent are families or households able to compensate for loss of market income by engaging in more unpaid market work? Well, often households lack the assets or the resources that they would need to really substitute a lot. They can't raise their own food. They can't make their own clothes. They can't really produce at-home substitutes for a lot of the things they purchase. So really, the two big things they can do is they can cook more at home rather than eating out, and they can care for their kids and elderly family members instead of paying for those services. So there's a lot more substitutability in some areas than others, and I think those are things that we really need to think about. So there you go. I think we could do a lot better and should do a lot better, and this discussion is a really, really great step forward. So thanks.
Thank you very, very much. All right, now to the third panelist, Paul Schreier from OECD. Paul, you're up.
Yes, thank you so much, Thesia, for having me in this excellent. So what I'd like to do is to look at this from the international aspect, from the international perspective, in three ways. One, by asking a bit more about the distributional aspects here. They were already touched upon. I want to come at them from the national accounts perspective more. The second one is really about the scope of consumption. And what I'd like to bring in here is the issue of free government services, which are provided to consumers. And the third aspect is a little outlook towards measuring well-being, or really going beyond consumption, because there's been a lot of work on this internationally. Next, please. Next slide. I don't have to remind you all that there's been a lot of policy attention around issues of distribution. And of course, we do have at the international level and at the national level a lot of well-established survey-based measures. But for several years now, there has been an effort also to link the distributional aspects into the national accounts, that is to provide a distributional perspective to the household sector of the national accounts. The reason is simply that we are seeking consistency, in the sense that in many cases we've been observing that even the average evolution of consumption or income that came from surveys has often not even been closely related to what we observe in the national accounts. So at the OECD, we have this initiative. It's called DNA, Distributional National Accounts. And the next slide, please, shows the principle that we are following here. That is, we try to benchmark the distributional information that we get from various micro sources, mainly, of course, the expenditure and income surveys, to the macro data, and then being able to ventilate this by socioeconomic groups. Next slide, please. There are a number of household groupings that are being formed, the most visible or one being the income quintiles, but we also distinguish between sources of income, so whether it's mainly a household that has income from wages and salaries or property income, and household type that is socioeconomic grouping. So as you can see already, the unit of analysis for this work is households. Of course, equivalent scales are being used. The way this whole project has been set up is that we work with member countries to define common methodologies that are subsequently implemented at the national level, the idea being that at the end of the day, we are able to compare the national results, and indeed a number of the countries, including the US, have already started implementing that methodology at the national level. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea about one of the steps that this work undergoes, that is taking a detailed look at the micro data that we either get for income or for consumption here, and compare it with the closest group that we find in the national accounts, and see how the figures match, and then either directly or with the help of other sources, scale up these microdata to the national accounts benchmark. We find on the consumption side typically that things like food and clothing, you get a pretty good match between the survey results and what we have in the national accounts. For alcohol and tobacco, you get a vast difference between what you have in the national accounts from what survey results provide. And of course, then there are components that don't even figure in the microdata, but we have in the national accounts, such as imputed financial services. So those need to be brought into the picture as we look at this work. The next couple of slides, please, if you move on, is just a little picture of results for consumption. So this is the ratio of each quintile's consumption to the average, which gives you a visual idea of the distribution. I won't have time here to go through this. If you go to the next slide, you can, however, see that, you know, if you're looking across countries, this is the same scale, you get immediately an idea of the differences in distribution when we look at consumption. Now, the interesting thing here is because this is done both for income and for consumption, we can derive also the distribution for savings. So if you go to the next slide, you see that by definition, this gives you a result for savings. What is interesting here is not only the differences between countries, but also the fact that typically the lowest income quintile has negative savings, which is of course explainable by the fact that it's not the same households that are always in the lowest income. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have a negative savings all the time. Next slide, please. What may be interesting for you in particular is the question, well, looking at inequality measures that come out of this DNA exercise and compare them with the results that we typically get from survey-based measures, is there a difference? The answer is yes, and can be seen on this graph by comparing the bar that is furthest to the right for each country with the bar that is in the middle. Typically, what we see is the national accounts or DNA-based measure of inequality. Here it's the fifth quintile over the first quintile is signaling higher inequality than we get from the survey-based measure. Basically, or very often, because in particular some of the imputed elements that get into the distributional measure tend to be biased or towards the higher income groups. There's a third bar here, and I will return to this as we go on to the discussion about social transfers in kind, because bringing those in reverses the picture to a large degree. Next slide, please. But before I do so, let me just add one additional thought here. This DNA work provides consistent pictures of the distribution of income, of consumption, and savings, and we're working on wealth. But it does not give an idea about the joint distribution. So what is really a key complement to this work is all the research that is ongoing to integrate the distribution of consumption, income, and wealth, because this is really what you want to know if you want to identify, say, the most vulnerable parts of the population, those who are all income, consumption, and wealth poor or otherwise. And this is where you move from a 1D to a 3D perspective, and we will actually have a paper on this in one of the following sessions by Fisher and Johnson. So I think this is a very exciting way forward that is complementary to this national accounts related work. Next slide, please, which brings me to this issue of scope of consumption. And here I want to zoom in a little bit on the question of social transfers in kind. Next slide. If you think of either income or consumption, you can bring those in on the simple grounds that in many countries, governments provide services, in particular health, education, housing in quite a few countries, at either a price that is significantly below market or for free in general. The consumption of these services is consumption, even if there's no expenditure associated with it, and it corresponds, of course, also to an implicit income for the household. So what we are doing is we are moving from consumption expenditure to what we call actual consumption, the difference being these social transfers in kind, and then distribute them again between different income groups to see what this means for distribution. Next slide, please. If you look at these social transfers in kind, the sticks just at the aggregate level, and you compare it to this total actual consumption, you do see that the numbers are big. So we're not talking about small figures here, depending, of course, on the institutional setup. You get different numbers, and they're relatively low, say, in the US, but you see in Sweden, we go up to 30%. So this is a non-negligible part of what households consume, and it is certainly worth bringing these into the picture. So why do we need those? Well, they're especially interesting if you make comparisons across countries in conjunction with the level of consumption. And if you look at the next slide, please, you will see that in country comparisons, you get a different picture whether you look at the final consumption, which would exclude these social transfers in kind, or the actual consumption. What you see here is again the distributional measure that compares the highest to the lowest quintile. So you get a different picture if you want to compare distributions between countries. Next slide, please. The aspect that is also important for these social transfers in kind is whether you look at it across countries or for a particular country over time is immediately the question, how do we move from a value or expenditure or cost perspective to a volume or consumption perspective? How do we deflate these either spatially with purchasing power parities or with price indexes for a particular country over time. There's a long discussion, or has been a long discussion, about how to measure these volumes. The thing is that these freely provided government services are typically cost-based measures, so you add up how much it costs to provide them, and then you still have to make a decision how to deflate these costs as you go on. And you can either deflate them with the cost, with the price indexes for inputs, so the labor and capital that is needed to provide them, or you ask, well, can we deflate them with output-based deflators? And depending on the choice, you can get very different measures. If you think of health or education, we've done some work on this. There's a lot to be done here. The pandemic was actually a really, really interesting case for this when the composition of some of these social transfers in kind changed radically. Think of health services, where a lot of hospital services moved to the treatment of COVID patients, and you had all sorts of issues about valuing and deflating these services. And by implication, you had issues for the measures of consumption. Next slide, please. I indicated that I would finish off with a glimpse at some of the work that has been happening, going really beyond consumption. So we are in the scope of well-being or welfare measures here. And the idea is that we enhance our measures of material well-being, which is essentially income, consumption, jobs, by indicators on various dimensions around the quality of life. And if you look at the next slide, please, you will see that what we have been working on, and this goes back to the work of the Stiglitz-Fitoussi Commission, is simply to bring in things like health outcomes, environmental quality of life for people, but also safety, work-life balance, social connections, and a few other things. This work is, of course, well beyond consumption. It is also such that we typically do not aggregate across these dimensions, even though there are cases where this is possible. But the main purpose really here is to enable the conversation around these dimensions of well-being and bring that to the policy debate. And if you look at the next slides, you will see that there has been a lot of initiatives at the policy or analytical level in countries to come up with indicators around well-being. So these are not harmonized, they are country-specific, they are institution-specific, they are policy-specific, but they all have in common that they try to capture something that goes beyond the material well-being that is encapsulated in our established consumption and income measures, and feeds into the policy debate right now. Next and second to last slide is just a little example about how we at the OECD use these beyond consumption or beyond GDP measures in our communication. We set them up by country and then essentially position individual countries relative to the OECD average along the dimensions that we have identified. Here's an example for Ireland, but of course I won't have time to go into the specifics of that. So last slide, which sums up what I was trying to say. Disaggregation and extensions to our consumption measures are really important to map people's living standards and well-being. There's an expectation for, I think, the statisticians by society to do so. I did not say anything about the on-account household work that was covered in particular by Nancy's presentation, but I didn't say anything just for that reason, not because I don't think it's important, quite the opposite. This is a key extension, a key area to be brought in, and indeed, the current discussions that are ongoing around the revision of the system of national accounts have, as one of its elements in particular, to recognize and to develop a harmonized way across countries to look at the household production and consumption patterns. So let me stop here and thank you again for this excellent initiative.
Thank you very much. Okay, I want to thank all the panelists, and now I would like for the panelists to interact themselves, bounce ideas off of each other, ask questions among yourselves. You have about 10 minutes to do that, and we're actually back on schedule, even though we got a little bit late start earlier. So we're back on schedule. You have about 10 minutes.
I have a comment for Paul. Can I go ahead?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
So, Paul, you said you were using the modified OECD equivalent scale. Is that correct? So that, my understanding is that's weighting the household head at 1, each additional adult member at 0.5, and each additional child at 0.3. So what that implies is that a single mother with a 3-year-old needs less money to achieve the same standard of living than 2 adults, right? In other words, this equivalent scale, in my opinion, is systematically underestimating the consumption requirements of families with children. And as a result, it's biasing the entire set of distributional accounts by understating the resources that they need to really achieve a comparable standard of living.
Well, I think you're absolutely right on that observation, Nancy. And I've actually taken good note on all of your discussion about the equivalent scales, which I found extremely insightful. I guess this was, I mean, we've been using this by simple fact that it's been used in the past, and probably more attention has been spent on the linkages between micro and macro level, the imputation and so on, than on the discussion with countries around the equivalent scales. But I'm very happy to bring this back to the group and sort of raise that as an issue and see whether they would like to look into that collectively with these remarks in mind. I think that's a very useful remark that I'm happy to take along.
I have like I don't know if it's a comment or a thought about, I think it's important to measure the consumption aspect of home production, but we should also be kind of mindful about not going the opposite direction of counting as consumption something that is not. I'm thinking about some people. I enjoy cooking. It relaxes me. Is that consumption, or is it really part of my leisure? Or, if I'm spending time with my child, am I really, it's a form of consumption, it's a form of investment in human capital. That is something that, kind of always nags me when thinking about the classification of time into what is leisure and what is consumption, should be counted as own production and so forth. And I want to raise, I don't know, this is a general comment, then we can maybe talk a little bit about.
Can I just respond to that? I think that's a really important issue, and that's why we want to collect data on subjective well-being and try to get at it, right? But a lot of the things, a lot of the evidence that we already have shows that a lot of people really enjoy their paid work. They derive a lot of utility from their paid work. And we don't ever suggest that because they're getting utility from it, it shouldn't be counted as work, right? And so it's like two different ways of defining work. One is, can you pay somebody else to do it for you? And the other is, do I enjoy doing it? And both of those are important. But they're different, but we should be consistent. If we ignore subjective well-being and defining paid work, then we ought to have a definition of unpaid work that also ignores it. I guess that's my plea.
Can I just add to that, Nancy? I think there has been some work in this direction, based on the initial work by Alan Kruger, who combined the observations on subjective well-being, but in the sense of effects. So asking people, how do you feel carrying out a certain activity, with the information coming from time use surveys, and then he constructed this overall index of sentiments or effects. And that idea can actually be carried forward by in a rather simple way. If you ask, if you get the relative weights for how people value, childcare versus work in the labor market, and you have a monetary value for the wage in the labor market, then you can sort of automatically, or by implication, you get a shadow price for childcare or for gardening or for cooking that helps valuation if you want to go down that avenue.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, but I think it's very different from a national income accounts, material living standards world. And I think we could pursue both of them, but I think we should be consistent. I mean, let me just say, I'm really enjoying this conversation a lot. I also consider it work. And I don't think I would. I'm retired, so I don't have an opportunity cost, really. So I don't know what you're going to do with me about that. I just think the opportunity cost valuation is used very, very reflexively, often without really interrogating what its implications are. I mean, to value unpaid work the same as leisure is sort of to say that, for instance, there are no third-party benefits. It's not just about what I get. It's not just about my own utility. It's that unpaid work is creating benefits for other family members. Leisure is not doing that. Right? So again, it's about the difference between individual well-being and material production. So let's look at both. But let's draw a line between them.
Can I just add two short observations? One is really by way of confirming and underlining one point that Luigi made about the usefulness of considering consumer durables, or rather the services derived from them. I think that's important and really needs to be brought back into the picture. There's a long discussion among the national accountants whether that should be done, but it's certainly something that would make things a lot more consistent. My other comment is that for all the importance of household production, I would still be reticent to draw the conclusion that should be part of GDP. I think we need the information as a supplementary information, but I don't think it should be sort of part of the core GDP accounts, because that would have other costs in terms of just monitoring our macroeconomic evolutions, and you would get a completely different picture of the economy. Maybe that's what we want. Maybe it's a different question that we want to answer, but there would be a significant analytical price for that. Let's put it this way.
But Paul, nobody's suggesting that it be part of GDP. People are suggesting a new concept, extended GDP.
Right.
So we could have the best of both worlds. We could, for continuity, have a market GDP measure, and then that, another set of accounts, extended GDP. And
Yes.
I think that would really kind of enrich our understanding of what is going on with market GDP. I think it's a win-win move.
We should call it differently, though. We shouldn't call it GDP plus or something. We should call it something different. Yeah, that captures the spirit of what you're saying.
Okay, you guys have a couple more minutes?
So I had actually a question for Paul. I was kind of struck by the picture that you presented, Sweden versus the US, the ratio of the top fifth to the last fifth, with and without accounting for the in-kind benefits. And I was surprised that despite, in-kind representing like 30% of total consumption, the differences between the ratio of the bottom and top quintile didn't change, dramatically when you looked at Sweden. Is that because in-kind benefits are received by a much larger share of the population in the US, or, perhaps they're not completely mean-tested or something like that?
I can't give you a precise answer for that because, I wasn't that deeply involved in that work, but I guess your suspicion is probably the right one, that it goes in that direction, that the sort of the redistributional effects which are captured by this difference are not that visible in Sweden because the primary income is already relatively more equally distributed. But again, it's a good question, and I'd be happy to follow up.
I'm thinking about healthcare, for example. When there's a national health system, of course, it's universal pretty much. While in the US, the in-kind services that people receive from public transfers, basically Medicaid and Medicare. So it's a particular segment of the population. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Okay, now we're going to turn to the Q&A. I have a question to start with as other people are coming up with their questions, and this has to do with the issue of quality. And Luigi brought this up. So, for example, if a single mother is constrained by the quality of food that she can buy, and she pays less, so what she spent is going to look like she is worse off, which that's what we want. However, what about the situation where there's choice? When someone chooses not to go into the labor market, but to provide childcare at home versus buying the childcare on the market. So how do we deal with those different, it may be that childcare at home is higher quality than childcare on the market. How do we deal with potential quality differences there? I just want to put that question out there, and now let's get other questions from the audience.
I think there's a big literature on, how you value the services. Do you value the opportunity cost? So, the wage that you miss from actually spending time with your kid instead of on the market, or you value the equivalent price you would pay from hiring a professional. But then if you hire a professional, of course, you get a different, when I'm doing, work in the house and repairing, something, obviously the quality of the work is visibly lower than I would get from a professional. So I think that's
But for example, let's say I, as a PhD economist, think that providing childcare is better than what I could pay for on the market. So then in that case, you would use my opportunity cost rather than the market valuation. Mm-hmm. So again, I think this goes to Nancy's comment and, about how we value these things. I think, Paul brought it up too. How do we individually value these things?
I think it's a
let's see.
And
Questions from the
one. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead. No, Paul. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
And I don't think there's an easy answer, because whether you go the opportunity cost avenue or the replacement cost, I mean, either way you run into issues. The quality issue is, and you pointed that out very rightly, Cesar, for things like childcare. I mean, can go really both ways when you look at replacement costs. And the issue, I think, with the opportunity cost is the important point that Nancy made, namely that by using opportunity cost, you sort of import things like discrimination on the labor market into your evaluation of household work. Okay, so I don't think there is a single good solution, and some more work is needed to.
There's also, there's also the usual issue that for many people you have missing wages. If they don't work, if they don't have a history of work, you just don't know the opportunity cost.
Okay, I have another challenge for you too. I haven't seen anybody raise their hand yet.
There is one question in the chat.
Okay, go ahead. Let's go for the question. Okay.
From Judith Slutzer, the issue of units, individuals, and households is extremely important, as the speakers note. How, if at all, does the distinction between household and family fit into this discussion?
Well, I have an answer, actually. I just typed into the box, which is, I think it's really important. It bears on the issue of intra-household distribution. We know that families tend to pool income more than non-family households. So, yes, in looking at these issues, especially intra-household allocation, the distinction is really important. Also, I think there are a lot of transfers in between family members and other households. Most of the transfers between households are transfers among family members. So, I think you have a good point. We should be more attentive to family-household distinctions.
Okay. Are there other questions, Jake? There is a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a comment that says, regarding U.S. STIC, I'd like to clarify that it does not include Medicare and Medicaid. They're included under health category of expenditures. The STIC total is actually fairly small compared to total consumptions by 8%. That's from Marina Kindelski at VEA here in the U.S.
Interesting.
I have another question. And this is actually going to be touched on tomorrow in a presentation, and that's the issue of quality of consumption. So if the family spends a lot of money on non-nutritious food and it's very expensive, versus another family spends, less, but they are buying nutritious food, the one that's spending less is actually going to look worse off. So how do we deal with that situation? Or is that relevant for this conversation?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I mentioned the importance of separating prices from quantities. And, scanner data actually allows you to make exactly the distinction you pointed out. Because if you observe the actual good that people consume, whether it's, a low quality or high quality, whether it's, nutritious or non-nutritious according to some labels that you read on the back of the packages, that is informative. You can make at that point the distinction between being better off or worse off according to some food pyramid of some sort. But that is impossible if you observe just the spending. So there is actually a survey in the U.S. that asks people to maintain a diary about the type of food, and then converts the units into minerals and nutrients and calories and all sorts of I think it's the NHHS, that's the name of the survey. So some attempts in that direction exist. They can be pretty expensive in terms of time and effort to be put on data collection stage.
Yeah, so the whole idea is maybe a quality adjusted consumption, or at least part of this total consumption would be quality adjusted, like we do in other studies when we say quality adjusted life years. Okay, other comments or questions from the audience?
David has a question in the
okay.
hand raised.
All right.
Sent a request to unmute. So David, you can ask your question.
Hi, did that work? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So this goes back to the individuals, and I was going to bring this up tomorrow on the who. So I know the intro talked about the consumer unit, but I think looking at the household, and as we've talked about looking at individuals, and another thing that's important for national accounts, looking at institutionalized population. So I do think there's a lot more going on beyond the who that I think it would be good to hear about. And another point I was going to raise tomorrow, but it would be good to hear about this whole idea of quality. When we talk about the quality of home production, that some people are better at it than others, but there's an entire difference in the quality of people using goods. I mean, my adult children are much better at using the cell phone and everything, getting much more use out of that than I do. So is this an issue if we're going to talk about the quality of home production versus the quality of goods? Versus what Luigi brought up, and the fact that price isn't necessarily reflecting everything in the quality of the consumption good. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that, David. We also have a comment from Talib. He says, on my point, consumption surveys can do more in collecting more relevant information on nutrition, but more broadly, the idea of a quality adjusted consumption opens a whole range of issues that go beyond food. Any more questions, comments? All right, so we're going to wrap up this Q&A session. Thank you very much to the panel. I'm going to give you big applause here. All right. So now we have 10 minutes. Go and do all the little things you need to do in this next 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 11:05. Thank you, Luigi, Paul, and Nancy very much.
Thank you.
All right. It is 11:05, and let's get started. The next session is applications of traditional and non-traditional approaches. The session leader is Tom Crawford, Professor of Economics at the European University Institute, as well as the Associate Director of Understanding Society, which is a UK household longitudinal study. He's also a Fellow of the UK Office of National Statistics, or ONS. He's written numerous scientific articles on the measurement of consumption expenditures and co-edited the 2015 MBER volume, Improving the Measurement of Consumer Expenditures. Thomas has also advised both the ONS and Statistics Canada on their household expenditure surveys. Thomas, I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Tizia. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today and to be able to contribute to this session. It's a terrific session. We have 4 presentations, each of which I will listen to for the entire 90 minutes that we have. But we have to be fairly prompt. I'm going to introduce all of the speakers first so that we can move quickly from one presentation to the next once we get going. So let me tell you who we have with us today. The first presentation will be from Jonathan Fisher, who's an applied microeconomist focusing on issues related to inequality, poverty, and mobility. I think many of us know his work on consumption, wealth, and income inequality, and we'll hear an update, I think, on that today. He previously worked at the Stanford Center on Poverty and Inequality, and will begin working at the Washington Center for Equitable Growth next month. Our second presentation is a joint presentation from Ajit Zacharias and Fernando Rios Avila, who are both from the Levy Institute's program Distribution of Income and Wealth program, where Ajit is a senior scholar and director, and Fernando is a research scholar. Ajit has worked on the theory, measurement, and analysis of economic well-being and deprivation. And Fernando's research interests include applied econometrics, labor economics, poverty, and inequality. The third presentation is from Talib Kilic and from the World Bank, and Krishna Pendekar from Simon Fraser. Talib is a senior economist at the World Bank Development Data Group and a team leader within the Living Standards and Measurement Study, and also a core team member of the World Development Report, Data for Better Lives. He works on poverty, gender, and agriculture in low and middle income countries and survey methodology. Krishna has been at Simon Fraser since 1994, a Canadian like me, and he's focused his research on the measurement of inequality, poverty, and discrimination with application in both Canada and in developing countries. And that work has been published in many of the top journals in our field, including the American Economic Review and the Journal of Political Economy. And finally, our fourth presentation is from Sabine Alkri and Fanny Kolbesti. I hope I got that right. We're both at the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative. Sabina is the director there, and she is also the developer with Foster of the Alkuri-Foster method for measuring multidimensional poverty. Fanny is a research analyst at the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, and she's been supporting research projects focused on multidimensional poverty and well-being and technical work with national governments. So with those introductions out of the way, I'd like to get right on to the sessions, and our first speaker is Jonathan.
Thank you. I am presenting something that David Johnson and I worked on together. It's a summary of a lot of the research we have done, David and I have done together and with others. Just kind of giving you that overview. So we can go to the next slide.
You have control of the slides.
Oh, sorry. Okay, great, even better. Sorry, I misunderstood. Or I'm in between jobs, so I'm on vacation, so I'm maybe haven't been paying attention to my email as close as well. So it's great that I have control. So I'm going to just give you some goals of our research, just to set what we are interested in studying. Then I'll describe our preferred consumption measure and why we define consumption that way. Then I'll discuss some ways we use the consumer expenditure survey and how changes or how features of the survey that are important to us, and then we'll end with some recommendations for the BLS. So, how do we use the data? Well, there's a big literature, especially in the 90s, comparing income inequality to consumption inequality. Was consumption inequality going up as much as income? And there was research that said, oh well, consumption inequality is not going up, so maybe this increase in income inequality isn't so worrisome. And so one innovation that we did with in this paper with David and Tim Smeating is use income and consumption inequality from the same survey, from the consumer expenditure survey. The issue has always been is that the consumer expenditure survey had a lot of missing income, and until 2004 did not impute, and so we imputed income back to 1984 so we could have this long time series and compare consumption inequality and income inequality for the same individuals, not have to worry about using two different surveys to measure one as income, one as consumption. And what we find is, depending on the endpoints, is you find consumption inequality is going up about the same percentage point, or maybe a little bit lower than income inequality, but we see both of them rising, and so we really want to have income and consumption from the same two surveys, and then compare the growth in inequality between the two. Another thing we often do is look at, try to find the poorest of the poor. Well, some people might have low income, but maybe they're retired and they have relatively high consumption because they're drawing down wealth, or maybe there are people who have high income but are just choosing to spend less, and so maybe they're poor by their income. They have high income but relatively low consumption just by choice, or maybe for other reasons. And so we look at we look at income and consumption poverty together. And so this is this bottom left Excel, where we see, among those 55 to 64 years old, we have 5.3% are income poor and consumption poor. Again, we want this income data along with the consumption data so we can really find these individuals who are income poor and consumption poor. So we want to look at the overlap between those two and see who's poor on both measures. And then lastly, in our most recent work is we were looking at inequality, multidimensional inequality, just as, we were just doing multidimensional poverty. Here we wanted to look at the top of the distribution, so we're using the consumer expenditure survey to impute to the survey of consumer finances because it captures the top of the distribution better than the consumer expenditure survey, which I'll show more. And, kind of this conclusion we have is, in 2007, half of the households that were in the top 5 of income, top 5%, were also in the top 5% of consumption and the top 5% of wealth. And so, there's a big overlap between the top of each of those distributions, and it's been increasing at least until the Great Recession and then decreased after the Great Recession. And so we wanted to look at the top of the distribution and look at this multidimensional inequality. And this is something that OECD and Eurostat are also beginning to publish statistics on this joint distribution and are using our numbers right now, but want the U.S. federal statistical system to have a survey that has high quality measures of income, consumption, and wealth together for some more official measures rather than from us. So, how do we get to all this? Well, we're going to discuss our consumption measure and the choices we make that were implicit or that were made in those to create our measures. I'm going to go into more detail in the next slide on these service flows, but we use a consumption service flow from home ownership, subsidized housing, and vehicles. For spending, we use just what the household or the consumer unit reports in the consumer expenditure survey, and these are the titles I use are from the public use data, so it's food, other housing, other transportation. The other transportation is things like gasoline, public transit, or maintenance of the car. And then we have apparel, which is clothing, shoes, things like that. Out-of-pocket medical, which I know is something that will be discussed more later in the symposium, more details, but we just use what they report for their out-of-pocket medical spending. And we have entertainment, education, and then some miscellaneous items. So this is our consumption measure. Now let me go into some detail on our service flows as well. For home ownership, the concern here is we could have individuals who don't have a mortgage. We don't want to, and so they don't, if you look at their mortgage, it's zero. But they're obviously, they own their home outright, but they are consuming, they have some consumption value, or, people who have owned their home for 25 years and maybe their consumption value is probably higher than their mortgage. And so in the consumer expenditure survey, we use the response to this question of, if someone were to rent your home today, how much do you think it would rent for monthly, unfurnished, and without utilities? And so we use that as the rental equivalents or the service flow for home ownership for all homeowners. But we also have a case where individuals might be living at subsidized rent or may pay no rent. So growing up, my mother was a Methodist minister, and part of her compensation was a house, and so we paid nothing. And so what we will do for individuals like that or consumer units like that, we will impute the full rent using the reported rent for non-subsidized units. And then, as regressors, we'll include things like the number of rooms, the age of the unit, what state it was in, whether it's a metro area, and other variables. And, all of this methodology is included in a lot of our papers on how we actually impute. And then lastly, we have something similar with vehicles as we do for homeowners. Someone might not, may have paid off their auto loan or, paid for it, and we want to capture the consumption value of that vehicle. So we use the purchase price along with the age of the vehicle, because there's depreciation, along with an interest rate and an assumed depreciation rate. And this interest rate and depreciation rate are things we've been using for a long time, and so there's an area to investigate whether these are the right interest rate and right depreciation rates. But that's how we measure it. Now, we don't use service flows for all durables. Well, so why do we only use the service flow for some durables? Well, this is from a paper in 1998 with David and Tim that looked at kind of the importance of flows versus expenditures, so consumption flows versus consumption expenditures. And so for shelter, we see a big difference where consumption flows are $2,000 higher than consumption expenditure, or for shelter expenditures. And again, we see something similar for vehicles, a big difference between the two. But they also looked at appliances. At the time, the Consumer Expenditure Survey asked for the stock of appliances in the home, and they found very little difference between the expenditures and the flows, and it was also relatively small dollar value. So since then we have not used imputed appliances or have never imputed a service flow from apparel. They're just relatively small, and so we just use the expenditures for those rather than try to estimate the consumption flow. Now, what do we exclude? So there are things that are part of the Consumer Expenditure Survey that we don't. And we exclude things that we think are savings, things like contributions to pensions or Social Security, other types of savings or life insurance, and the principal payments on mortgages. And we also think that don't directly impact the well-being of the household, like gifts. And so if you spend $100 on a gift for a birthday present for someone, or several $100s on Christmas presents, we don't count that as your consumption, or we don't count charitable contributions as directly impacting your well-being either. Now, there are lots of other measures of consumption. Meyer and Sullivan have one, and so in our 2015 paper we have a big matrix like this showing all the things that people include and exclude. And there's also these measures of non-durables, and so we have these many, but I want to just highlight a few differences. And what is the difference? So we have the black line is our inequality measure from '84 to 2011. And if we go with the Heathcote, Perry, and Violante measure of non-durables, we see much higher inequality. When you get rid of things like the service flow from home, service flow from vehicles, you get a much higher level of inequality. But you can see the trends are pretty similar. If we instead go to Meyer and Sullivan, who at the time were not including out-of-pocket medical expenditures and education, we get a much lower level of inequality, but again, similar time trends. So if you're trying to understand the level of inequality, what you include in your consumption measure does matter, and there are differences in the trends as well. So there are differences, that others use that can affect the level and trends in inequality. So it does matter. So here's a few ways that we use the Consumer Expenditure Survey that I think are important to highlight, that are important for our research. So one is we always use 12-month consumption. And we combine the 4 quarterly interviews to measure annual consumption along with annual income. So we have income and consumption covering the same 12 months. And that's really important for our poverty research and the inequality research, that we're measuring it over the same time period. But one issue is that not all households complete all 4 interviews. Some small proportion move, and the CE interviews whoever is living at the address. So if they come back in the 4th interview and a new family is there, new household, they just interview that household. And obviously we don't want to, we have this break where we don't have then 4 interviews for, that address for that unit. Then there's also just some proportion that choose not to be interviewed all 4 times. And attrition is not random. We know that low income, renters, and younger people attrit at a higher rate. And so we do this inverse probability weighting, and we re-weight the sample to account for it. And again, it's something we describe. It usually makes a small difference, but it's important to recognize this differential attrition and account for it in our research. And another important point is this: our 12-month consumption is preferred. As I mentioned earlier, we want to compare annual income poverty to annual consumption poverty, and we want to see who's poor using both measures, only one. In research with Bradley Hardy, we look at consumption volatility across those 4 quarterly interviews, and we see significant volatility that, if we use just 1 quarter of consumption to measure poverty, we might get different individuals different consumer units that appear poorer than if when we use the 4 quarters together. One other point is on imputing vehicle flows. What we use is we use the purchase price, or we had used purchase price for each make, model, and year. And I know this is something that another session is focused on consumption flows from durables, and this may come up in that presentation as well. But we use each make, model, and year. But in 2004, the CE stopped including make, model, and year, just had make and year. And this is going to add noise to our consumption measure. And as I kind of give a very stylized example. So let's say we want to impute vehicle flows and Ford makes 2 cars and made 2 models in 2021. Well, we have the Ford Edge, which is about 48,000, the Ford Expedition about 78,000. So if we had make, model, and year, we'd use 48,000 and 78,000. But when we only have year and make, since 2004, we have to take the average of all 2021 Fords of 63,000 and assign a value. Even though the household has an Edge, we assign them a consumption value of 63,000, and some other household has an Expedition, we assign them a consumption or a price of 63,000. And then when we come up with our consumption flows or service flows from the vehicles, we're going to get a noisier measure, and it's going to affect our level of inequality. I understand the BLS did it for privacy protection, for confidentiality, but it is something that has affected the quality of our vehicle flows. Then and as I showed earlier, if you exclude vehicle durables, you get a much different level of inequality. Or if you use expenditures instead, again, you get a slightly higher inequality. So again, having these measure these durables accurately is important. One last thing is we want to look at income and consumption poverty together. So, it's important to understand issues related to income as well. Income imputation also began in 2004 and was not applied retroactively. So I'll discuss an issue with that in one slide. Then income is also underreported, and there's also a failure to capture the top of the distribution. So income imputation began in 2004 and wasn't applied retroactively. So earlier years you just have missing data. It was not they did not impute back. And those who report their income are not randomly drawn from the income or expenditure distribution. And so if you want to understand trends in inequality back to 1984 or back, you really have this break in the income series. That from 2004 you can use all households, and going forward you can only going back you might use this variable called complete income reporters. The variable complete income reporters has some issues, but what's important is that there would be this break in the time series in 2004 that they have very different expenditures. The distribution of expenditures between the complete income reporters and the incomplete income reporters. So what I suggest you do is email me, and I can give you our imputed data back to 1984, our income data back to 1984. Two last things is, as I have maybe just over a minute left, is income is underreported at the bottom of the income distribution. And, one we just know from work by Bruce Meyer and co-authors from Medallia et al. 2019 is just program receipt is underreported in federal surveys. And how we see this in the consumer expenditure survey is we see households in the bottom 10%, the median household spends more than 2 times their income or consumes more than 2 times their income, suggesting that income is underreported, that they're reporting their consumption well, but maybe income is underreported at the bottom of the distribution. So, capturing that income at the bottom of the distribution is important if we want to understand, again, the joint distribution of income and consumption poverty. And then lastly, we also see that there's a failure to capture the top of the income distribution in the consumer expenditure survey. So if we look at this left figure, the survey of consumer finances has some consumption items like food and housing and vehicles. And we can see at the top 5%, income or consumption is significantly higher. So this is reported consumption in the Consumer Expenditure Survey and the Survey of Consumer Finances. And in the top 5%, it's about over 100,000 in the SCF, only about 70,000 in the Consumer Expenditure Survey. So we know we're just missing those top households. It's just a different group. And then on the right slide, we see what the effect of this is when we have the Survey of Consumer Finances, this top solid black line. Inequality is significantly higher than the Consumer Expenditure Survey, which is that light gray dotted line, dashed line. And so the level of inequality is much different. And when we take the SCF and just drop the top 5% of the income distribution, then we really line up with the Consumer Expenditure Survey, suggesting that the Consumer Expenditure Survey is really missing the top of the income distribution. So hopefully I am at the end. Oh, time. Well, yeah. So here are my recommendations. Need to impute vehicle flows, like make, model, year. Annual measure of consumption is important. Potentially impute income back to 1980. And then this last one is related to our imputation to the Survey of Consumer Finances. It's consider asking a question regarding income relative to spending to help understand measurement error in spending and income. And it's something that the Survey of Consumer Finances has, and so there's a question that's been tested and used in the surveys, and I think it could help understand measurement error in those variables. Thank you. I'm done. You can transfer the slide.
That was very interesting, and I'm sure there will be many questions. I'll just remind everyone to hold those questions until the Q&A at the end, and we'll go immediately to the next presentation, which is by Ajit and Fernando. And I remind Ajit and Fernando that in a joint presentation, you need to let Jake know when you want to pass the puck between you. Okay, thank you again, Jonathan. The floor is now over to Ajit and Fernando.
Ajit, you should have control of the slides.
Okay, great. Okay, so talking about acronyms, LIMU on the title slide here.
Oh, you got to advance.
Oh,
there you go.
Great. So the LIMU that on the abbreviation that's here is an acronym for the Levy Institute Measure of Economic Well-Being. Research on constructing and using the LIMU for academic and policy research has been underway at the Institute for about 2 decades now. We're grateful to the BLS for the opportunity to be a part of the conversation today here at this very important symposium, and I've thoroughly enjoyed the presentation so far. So let me start by just outlining briefly the concept of economic well-being that underpins our work. We start from the premise that the command that households have over the products produced in the economy over a given period of time is the appropriate concept of economic well-being. This is very much in line with the Canberra Handbook or the Canberra Report compiled by the income statisticians and economists recently. But it also is a very old definition that goes back to perhaps the founding text of our discipline from the opening pages of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. And 2 things to note here is that Smith is emphasizing the degree to which a person can afford the necessaries and conveniences of life. In other words, it's not consumption of necessaries and conveniences of life or utility derived from it that matters to him, rather the degree to which it can be afforded. Now, we do believe in our measure that we do have to look at actual consumption too, to some extent, but this is something that's worth bearing in mind. And turning to the major components of economic well-being, it's useful to, when we look at the means of command over products, to split the products into 2 broad categories. One which consists of commodities, stuff that's bought and sold for money, and then things that are non-commodities, things that cannot be or are not usually bought and sold for money. So the first 3 items at the right side of the slide represents channels through which households exercise command over commodities, income from wealth, all other forms of cash income, government non-cash transfers such as food aid or housing aid, and then of course non-cash labor income in the form of, say, for example, the most common form in the US is employer-provided health insurance. And taxes, of course, as we all know, diminish the degree of such command. Turning to non-commodities, it's widely recognized that public provisioning and provision of domestic services by unpaid labor are crucial determinants of economic well-being. But most measures of economic well-being that exist today kind of ignore them, often on the grounds of difficulty of operationalizing their value. Now, it's true that there are difficulties, but assigning a value of 0 to a number that we know is positive and fairly large does not seem to be a right approach. So we do make effort in our own work to assign values to this component of economic well-being, what we call as non-commodities. Turning to the some quick comparisons with alternative views, as I mentioned here, we're looking at a measure which is more at looking at resources or means rather than outcomes, and it's a hybrid measure, as I will elaborate in the next couple of slides, of potential as well as actual consumption. It's quite different from a utilitarian approach, or for that matter, from the other side, from Amartya Sen's approach, which I think Sabina and the Oxford group will be talking about later. I don't mean to say that resources are unimportant in Amartya Sen's approach. They're very important, but they're seen as means to enhance functioning and capabilities and so on. Just to also do a quick comparison with the Sarkozy Commission report, which proposed this concept of full income. There is some overlap with our measure, with the full income measure that's proposed, primarily in that the full income measure includes public consumption and household production. But the definition of public consumption that's used in the full income measure is narrow when compared to the one that's used in the LIMU, because the full income definition excludes most public services, most public goods, and also like physical and infrastructure. They also emphasize wealth, but it's not really included in the measure in any comprehensive way. And then it includes the value of leisure. Nancy already made the remark about leisure, and I share her viewpoint completely. The only additional remark that I would make is that since our economic well-being measure is looking at the command over products, leisure is not a product in the normal sense of the word that the term product is used, for example, in the system of national accounts. Okay, so also I want to do a quick comparison with the consumption-based measures. Here actually the first, it's a typo, the first bullet point should read partial overlap, LIMU's partial overlap with private actual consumption of commodities. And this overlap occurs because we include the imputed rental on owner-occupied homes in our measure. But in addition, we have annuity from non-home fungible wealth. Fungible wealth here means components of wealth that can be converted into money without compromising the household's standard of living. Right? So those things go under our definition of fungible wealth, and homes fall into that category. We exclude automobiles, because we believe that they don't fall into the category of fungible wealth. This is an arguable point. The LIMU also would overlap with a broader measure of consumption, like the one that's being discussed at the BLS at this juncture. If that broader measure is going to include the private actual consumption of household production, I know that tomorrow we have several sessions devoted to this topic, the insurance value of healthcare, also imputed values of non-cash government benefits and housing benefits. Also, if they include elements of public consumption. Especially the big item here is schooling, and it may be worthwhile, again, to follow the example of Finland and UK, where the national statistical agencies do assign some value to schooling. it's arguable whether the K-12 education, which is mandatory, is an investment or has a dimension of investment, but it's also part of the actual goods and services consumed by children now. The other final point I want to make regarding the consumption-based measures is that the initial argument for favoring a consumption-based measure is that actual consumption is a better metric of welfare than, say, income or potential consumption. But as soon as we broaden out the notion of consumption, we will have to deal with potential consumption to some extent. Right? That has to be improved. So that's going to be a tension, I think, in this line of work. Taking a quick look at the measurement framework here, our starting point is the ASEC, previously known as the March CPS, which is the survey that we use as the base survey to build the LIMU. And going up from ASEC, we start with the gross money income or the pre-tax household income of the units in the ASEC. We take out government cash transfers at this step because we add it later on in another step. And we also take out property income, the sum of dividends, interest, and rent. That's also because we add it in another form because we believe that there's a better measure of income from wealth. So if you look on the right-hand side, the box in the black border, with the black border, you can see that once we take out these two components out of gross money income, we end up with something called base income, primarily consisting of earnings. And then we add to that our measure of income from wealth, which is owner-occupied housing, the imputed rental for that, as well as an annuity value for non-home wealth. Now, because information on household wealth is absent in ASEC, we bring it over via statistical matching, which Fernando will talk about later on in our presentation, from the Survey of Consumer Finances, or SEF. But to do the annuity calculation, you also need information on long-term rates of return. And we derive that from using the flow of funds data. We also need information on life expectancies. That we derive from data from the CDC on life tables. Going down the line to the next item, the net government expenditures is basically the difference between what the government spends for households and what the household pays the government in the form of taxes, right? So our inclusion of transfers and taxes here is quite similar to what's actually done in most broad measures of disposable income. What makes it different, as I indicated before, is the inclusion of public consumption. And the estimation of this component is rather complex, and because I don't have the time to get into it, just to give you a brief overview of that procedure, is that we start from the national accounts data. That's where the control totals or the aggregates, national level aggregates are coming from. We got to derive the distribution across states for these different categories of public expenditures. And we do that using the Census of Governments, or the AFGF, the Annual Survey of Government Finances, depending on the year. And that gives us the statewide allocation of the distribution of the expenditures. And then the next task is about distributing it among households, individual households. And we use a variety of information to do that, including the CEX, the Consumer Expenditure Survey, as well as Household Transportation Surveys. Finally, talking a few words about the value of household production. Again, this is information that is lacking in the ASEC, the time spent on household production activities. We bring it over from the ATUS, the American Time Use Survey, using statistical matching techniques. And we use a replacement, we use a variant of the housekeeper wage method, the wage coming from the CPS earner study, to convert time into monetary units. So adding them up leads us to the LIMU, and I will stop at this point and hand over the mic to Fernando.
Thank you, Jit. And Jake, if you can pass me the control on the slides, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so as I just already mentioned, one of the problems that we have, or that we might have when we try to do the construction of the LIMU, is that there are a lot of components, especially two key components, that are not available in our main data set, which is the CPS, the ASEC supplement. These two components are going to be information from wealth that we know that is collected on the survey concerned finances, and on the other hand, we have information on time use, which is again not available from the ASIC CPS, but we could get it potentially from the American Time Use Survey. So the goal is to try to combine this information, and that's one of the things that we do for this mission of the DMU, for which we're going to require some type of imputation-like approach. So as you might imagine, what we are really facing is a problem of missing data. If you think about the structure that we have in this case, we have a recipient data set, which is the ASIC and CPS with two donors. We are going to be able to have access to common information, where at the very least will be some demographics, incomes, labor force participation kind of information, but we really want to have all this other information along with it, including retail income, time use, and wealth data. So the goal, in other words, is going to be to try to put all this information together to create what we can call a synthetic ASIC CPS, which will have information from all these sources. Now, this is a problem that is different from the standard missing data problem that we're more used to face in microanalysis, where we only have missing information for a few records. The problem that we have is that we have missing information, but for entire blocks of data that is not going to be available for all records within our data. So in order to solve this, there are two solutions that have been applied in the literature. On the one hand, you have multiple imputation, which is basically regression-based to create possible values for the information that's not available, and the other one, which is the one that we prefer, which is the statistical matching approach. So what's the idea behind the statistical matching approach? As I mentioned before, our goal is to try to get a synthetic data set that has information from multiple sources. Unfortunately, because we do not have this information available, we have to make certain assumptions, specifically that all the information is independent once we condition on Z. And if that is possible, if we can make that assumption, then we can use the joint distribution, or rather these conditional distributions from other two data sets, and to bring that to the CPS. This is going to work in the framework of statistical matching, from which we use this constraint graph matching, only if the information of the common data is the same or rather similar across all the data sets that we use. So the procedure is rather simple. We create a propensity score using all the available information that is common, or at least as much as possible that is common across all data sets. We rank the information based on the propensity score, and we transfer the information. And the matching quality is going to be assessed just by comparing the distributions of the original data with the transfer data. Just to have an idea of what exactly the kind of results we get here, what I'm going to show you is just very simple statistics of the conditional means of number of hours of household production, one of the components of the DMU, and how it looks between the ASIC, the imputed data, and the ATUS when we look at, for example, at the time use that women use in general based on age. And what we want to see is this kind of shape that basically there is a very close follow-up from the imputed and the original data set. Our statistical matching process actually is quite good and allows us, as you can see here, to do that kind of imputation by gender, by sex, and is actually quite close to what we would like to see. Even if we do this using income data, we still see that there is a very close movement across each other. So just to wrap up, because the time catches us with us, what we do with this, or what I'm trying to express here, is that we can use this strategy, the statistical matching, as a relatively easy and feasible approach to get information from other data sets into the ASIC or into the CPS, or potentially to other data sets. So we can complement the information that is currently measured with information that we require from other sources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajit and Fernando. Very interesting. I remind everyone to hold your questions to the end, and we'll move directly to the next presentation by Krishna and Talip. And Krishna and Talip, remember to let Jake know when you want to pass the puck between you. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Jake, could you give me the puck? I'm not seeing the little thing that would switch slides. Maybe. Oh, there it is. Okay, all good. So I'm going to present work that is joint with Talip, who will present right after me, and Théophile Bostuker, Iris Gadis, and Valerie Lechaine. And let's just get into it. So, you know, I guess you're getting the message that consumption, distinctly from income, is hard to measure. So household consumption would be difficult to measure in all circumstances. But we're gonna focus on a different problem, which is how do you get the individual level consumption of the different people in the household? I beg your pardon. So what we're going to do in this presentation is try to show you how you can use household survey data on consumption to learn about the consumption of the individuals within the household. And the real object of interest here is to be able to give an alternative to the standard approach, which is to use per capita household consumption as a measure of individual consumption. And that's to get at things like maybe there's unequal access to household consumption, like gendered consumption within the household. So consumption and expenditure differ for a bunch of reasons that have been discussed in presentations thus far. But to go from household expenditures or household level consumption to individual consumption, we're going to need a model. And the model that we're going to bring to the table is a family of models called efficient collective household models, which picture the household as an environment in which individuals live, and that environment affects how they spend money and buy goods and services for themselves. So in this context, individual expenditure is the object that we're going to try and pick out of the data, and that's going to be money spent by individuals on all the consumption goods that they are able to consume, including things that are shared. So this expenditure spent by individuals is going to be spent at prices within the household that reflect the fact that shared things are kind of cheaper within the household, and that's the key difference between consuming in a household and consuming as a singleton. It's that shared things like housing, like vehicles, are cheaper when you get to share them. At least they feel cheaper. The object that we're going to focus on identifying is the resource share of each person. So each person in the household has individual expenditure equal to their resource share times the full household expenditure, which it's that full household expenditure that's in principle observed in the data. And what we're trying to drag out of the data, kicking and screaming, is the individual expenditure of each person that's going to add up to full household expenditure. So if a person's resource share in the household is 40%, that means they get 40% of the household budget to spend on their consumption of goods and services, and some of that spending will be on completely private things, and some of that spending will be on shared things like housing. So this is the model that we have in mind. So resource shares in that model may be point or partially identified by household survey data, and there's a wealth of theoretical and somewhat empirical papers on this. And the paper that we're going to focus on is by Dunbar, Lubell, and Pentaker, 2013. And in this paper, they show how to lean on assignable goods that might be observed in data to identify resource shares. An assignable good in data is a good that is privately consumed, so it's not shared, and it is observed for each type of person. So, for example, There are many data sets in which clothing is observed for men separately from women, separately from children, and that could be an assignable good. That model of Dunbar, Lubell, and Pendeker assume that this basic idea that the household is an environment in which individuals are each given an individual expenditure level and they get to spend it at these within household prices where shareable goods are cheaper. That's the model of Browning, Kapuri, and Lubell, and that model is assumed to be correct. A second assumption is that the resource shares, that 40% that I just talked about, or could be 40%, that is a fraction of expenditure that doesn't depend on total household expenditure. That is, it's the same for rich and poor. As I said, there's going to be an assignable good for each person, and then it's further assumed that the demands for these assignable goods have the same shape across people. And what that means is that there can be preference heterogeneity between men, women, and children, say, but there's going to be some kind of sameness imposed. Leshane, Pendeker, and Wolf, 2021, show that if angle curves are linear, then the whole model reduces to an environment in which OLS regressions of, for example, clothing shares of total household expenditure on the total household budget, estimated via OLS, reveal the resource shares of people. And so here's an angle curve for food, which is assignable in Bangladeshi data that we have at our disposal. And this shows that in nuclear households with one child in Bangladesh, the food share of expenditure is about 30% when you're very poor, and about 5% when you're not poor at all. There's a line going through that. That's the OLS regression that I mentioned. That line connects the food share of total expenditure to the natural log of real household expenditure, and this is for men's food. You can also construct one for the food of everybody. Well, that's going to be more because it's the whole household's food consumption, and that goes from 60 to 10. I got one more slide. The slopes of these things are what reveal the resource shares of people, and those slopes were minus 0.065 for men and minus 0.145 for everybody altogether. And it is the relative size of these things that identify the resource share. So the resource share given by the model is revealed by these OLS regressions of assignable goods on the total household budget, and the ratio of slope, the degree to which the response of the household budget for men is larger or smaller than that of other people in the household, tells you what the man's resource share is. In this case, it's minus 0.065 over minus 0.145, which is 45%. And that says when you come to a data exercise where you're trying to think about individual consumption, you would assign 40%, 5% of the household budget to the man. Time to switch. So if you could flip it to Talib.
Okay. Okay, thanks so much, Krishna. And then thanks again for having us. So in the latter half of the presentation, what I'm going to do is to give you a sense of the empirical findings of this recent working paper that we've put out, which basically describes the theory behind the model that Krishna took us through in a more accessible fashion, particularly for audiences that are not well versed in these topics. And then we take this model and apply to household surveys from a range of low and middle income countries to derive gender and age differentiated poverty estimates under unequal sharing of resources, basically using these resource shares which we then compare to those that we obtain under the per capita approach, the prevailing approach in many developing countries, which obviously invokes the assumption of equal sharing of resources. This issue of equivalent scales came up earlier in the presentation. So up front, I want to note that we use the modified OECD equivalent scale that are applied to both sets of poverty estimates, but the paper presents some sensitivity checks under the use of alternative equivalent scales as well. Sorry. Okay, so a bit about our data. So at the time of this research project, when we initiated this, well, now about 3 years ago, we considered close to 70 surveys at the time on the International Household Survey Network, cutting across 42 countries. Close to half of these surveys we actually could not access because of restrictions on microdata, and for the remaining portion, we've had basically a range of outcomes regarding whether the household surveys were ultimately used for analysis, which is, I think, relevant for this discussion. First of all, there's quite a bit of number of surveys in this sample where we did not actually have consumption data on assignable goods. And so that is, the surveys were not even at a minimum disaggregating clothing expenditures for men, women, and kids separately. Then there's a group of surveys where we lacked key documentation regarding the construction of the consumption aggregate or some key demographic variables, so we couldn't actually use them for analysis. So there's quite a bit of basic data lost in this exercise that perhaps could be rectified in the future with some small tweaks and better documentation. And ultimately, 18% of this set were subject to this pretest that has been developed to assess the feasibility of model estimation. So a bit about the pretest. Basically, the pretest has two components. First, we test whether the slope of the angle curve for the assignable good at the mean of all covariates, which basically what Krishna presented earlier on, is different than 0. And then the second part of the test basically looks at the share of households for which this particular slope for the assignable good is different than 0. So in that test, if the slope at mean is different than 0 in a statistically significant way, and if we have at least 75% of the sample basically with a slope that is different than 0, then we use those household surveys in the subsequent estimations of the resource shares and the poverty estimate. So just a small note on this. So in the overwhelming majority of the surveys, the assignable good we use is clothing and shoe expenditures, which are basically disaggregated for men, women, and kids. In the case of Bangladesh, which is a special case, food consumption is also individual disaggregated. That is a rare commodity, even in developing country settings, but we do take advantage of that to understand the sensitivity of our estimates to the choice of the assignable good. And I didn't have slides in this presentation, but there's a few additional things that we do once we recover the resource shares to be able to converge on the poverty estimates, which is basically well, before that, actually, I think it's important to note that the resource shares we estimate, I didn't have a slide on this, but they're always higher for men than women, and for kids, they're significantly lower vis-a-vis adults, about half the level estimated for men on a cross-country basis. But those resource shares that we estimate under unequal sharing are not always statistically significantly different than the per capita share. So I'm also going to show you some results that reveal that cross-country heterogeneity. But ultimately, once we have the resource shares, I mentioned that we utilize the modified OECD equivalent scale A note on the poverty line. We basically use internationally recommended poverty lines that are differentiated in accordance with the income levels of the countries that we're using. So we have a low income, a lower middle income, and a middle income country. But then we also further modify that poverty line in line with the composition of the household, because those are per capita poverty lines. So we modify it by the ratio of number of people living in the household and the number of adult equivalents in a reference household, which is basically the median value we take for households that are within 10% in each direction of the poverty line. So what do we find after we estimate the resource shares, apply the equivalent scale, calibrate our poverty lines, and ultimately derive these poverty estimates? So here we're comparing poverty estimates obtained under unequal sharing, basically obtained with resource shares, to those that are obtained with the per capita approach. There's substantial evidence under unequal sharing of within household consumption inequality. So this is even noted as a concern, starting with the first presentation of Luigi earlier today. We find consistent support for underestimation of poverty among all people, and in particular children, under equal sharing. So that is the per capita approach. But then there's quite a bit of cross-country heterogeneity in the changes when we move from equal to unequal sharing. The extent of the increase in poverty, which is common across all of the countries, differs quite a bit. That ranges from 2.4 percentage points to a little above 10 percentage points. And the poverty rates for men and women under unequal sharing do not always move in the same direction. For men, the rates are actually lower when the differences are statistically significant vis-a-vis equal sharing. But for women, the results are mixed, and as a result, the changes in the gender gap in poverty as a result of moving from equal to unequal sharing is also different across countries. So one additional information that we communicate is that the choice of the assignable good has some bearing on the poverty estimate. So we see that if we use food as opposed to clothing, the poverty rates on the whole, and particularly for women and kids, are different in Bangladesh. So for the overall poverty rate decreases by 6 percentage points if you use food, but among women it actually increases by 16 percentage points. So these results kind of give us motivation to do some future work in this area, particularly to validate the model-based estimates of resource shares and poverty, which we're going to be exploring in the context of randomized survey experiments that give us these observed poverty rates and resource shares for a random subsample of households that could then be compared to the predicted estimates obtained under different survey designs. And I included one small slide in terms of the utility of our findings for the BLS and the CE. So if the pretest is successful, then the model can be applied to existing data from the United States. The diary already collects information that are age and gender disaggregated, which the model would use. The food consumption information and the expenditures are not individual disaggregated in the CE data, but this is an area, particularly for food consumed away from home, where the small tweaks can actually pay off if we can align expenditures to if we can link expenditures to specific household members in the diary form. And lastly, model validation in high income settings would be valuable and would be interested in continuing the conversation in this direction if the BLS team is also. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Krishna and Talib. Really fascinating, and I'm sure there will be many questions to follow and many discussions, but we'll move directly to the next presentation. So I turn the floor over to Sabina and Fanny. And remember that you need to let Jake know when you want to pass the buck between you.
Great, thank you. Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Fanny Kaveshti and I'll be presenting our paper on multidimensional wellbeing index in the United Kingdom. This is a joint paper with Sabina and we'll also focus a little bit on the role of consumption and how we can relate non-monetary indicators to consumption measures. And I will start and then pass on to Sabina. So to give a little bit of a background, the aim of this paper that we are presenting is to really show the complementary benefits that using a consumption and also multidimensional measure can offer on the understanding of well-being in developed and developing contexts. So in many cases, countries use unidimensional measures, whether that be income or consumption. However, these often do not give a full picture of well-being in many cases, simply due to the fact that they do not capture conditions that people have a reason to value, so conditions such as health, living standards, education, social connections, or employment, as these are not directly related to consumption. In addition, the conceptual difference puts an emphasis on meeting a threshold, a basic threshold of resources. However, this does not guarantee that those needs, those basic needs, reflect a person's real needs that they value and the real life that they could lead. So our measure and the multidimensional measure that we present is very much focused on the capability approach by Marty and Sen. And we want to show how to look at well-being from a multidimensional perspective. So as I mentioned, the main distinction in measurement comes from a distinction in the conceptual understanding of well-being and poverty. So in the case of monetary measures, the advantage comes from additional resources or the person acquires above the poverty or the well-being threshold, while in the case of the multidimensional and measure that we present and informed by sense capability approach, the individual advantage comes from the person's capability to do the things they value or the states they value to be in. So both of these approaches offer overlapping but also different aspects of quality of life. Many are used in both at the international and national level, probably most well known included in Target 1.1 and the SDG indicators related to Goal 1 of ending poverty in all its forms. And over the last 2 decades, in addition to monetary well-being measures, there has been an increased focus on multidimensional aspects and measures, informed in many cases by a Marty and Sen's capability approach. So in 2009, the Stiglitz-Sanfordissi Commission and the subsequent Stiglitz-Rand-Fordissi Commission included recommendations to broaden and expand this understanding of well-being as relating purely just to consumption. And subsequently, there was the Better Life Index by OECD that has been created and additional indices, some of which already existed, such as the Human Development Index and the Global Peace Index, Social Progress Index, many of which rely on this understanding that quality of life and well-being is multidimensional. So again, based on the different conceptual measurement that the two approaches present, there is an inherent mismatch in identification in most cases, which is well documented in the literature. So in many cases, using a simple monetary measure does not allow for identification of other deprivations in health or even in material deprivations related to living standards, such as housing conditions or the size or the condition of one's house, which would not be tracked by a monetary or a consumption-based indicator. And subsequently, due to differences, dynamics over time can also differ between the two measures, with monetary poverty reductions being more volatile and multidimensional measures being more impacted by longer term or multiple shocks. So how we can go about incorporating these non-monetary indicators to understand well-being on a more holistic perspective. So the two main avenues to do this is either by creating a multidimensional index to complement usually existing monetary indices or measures, which is what we do in this paper and which we'll show later through empirical examples. So this gives us the opportunity to then disaggregate these results. First of all, to have a single summary measure related to the likes of GDP or CPI that give a single headline statistics, which then, in the case of a multidimensional index, can be disaggregated across subgroups and can also be broken down by indicators and dimensions to give more information to policymakers to target specific areas. The other avenue is to create dashboards of non-monetary indicators in addition to consumption measures. However, these have the disadvantage that they do not provide an overview, a clear overview of the state of well-being in a society, and in addition, they often pose issues for decomposition due to the different data sources that they combine in one measure. And due to not, as dashboards do not cover the overlaps, this can pose problems for policy as it can make trade-offs, as it cannot make trade-offs explicit between different areas. So in the case of the United States, besides the official poverty measures and consumption measures, there is a multidimensional deprivation index that has been published by the US Census Bureau in 2017. So this was published to complement existing poverty measures, and it measures poverty using 6 different dimensions that I've listed here and uses data from the American Community Survey 2017. So in terms of considering a consumer expenditure survey, while most multidimensional measures use living conditions surveys or household surveys in general, it is possible in some cases to also use consumer expenditure surveys. So in the case of the US, this survey includes some non-monetary indicators which are already available in the data and could be used, for instance, related to demographics or such as highest level of education completed, or often the indicators will be related to living conditions, so number of bedrooms indicating overcrowding, or housing tenure and health insurance. Other topics are also presented in the survey, however, they are measured only through questions relating to consumption. So while it might be possible to retain some of this information, such as ownership of certain transport vehicles, presence of internet or phone in the household, or the type of leisure and entertainment a person engaged in, it depends on how the data is collected and the questions that they are asked. In addition, some suggestions that could be incorporated for surveys through direct questions similar to the ones I've shown before could be, in most cases, surveys that combine consumption-related indicators with, let's say, material deprivation or other indicators related to living standards or financial difficulty, often featuring multidimensional measures. So I will now hand over to Sabine to then give an example of the measure that we've created for the UK and how this, the results, how they work against the income poverty measure in the UK.
Thank you so much, Fanny. So I think that the question here is really how all of the work on expanded consumption and then this body of work on direct benefits and direct deprivations might come together, and what could be learned from both and all of these innovations. So in this paper, we just illustrated a methodology that was first developed with Bhutan's Gross National Happiness Index in 2008, but in this paper is applied to UK data with no claims that it's appropriate in policy terms to the UK, but that it is trying to explain what methodology could do to start a conversation and see where that goes. In this particular measure, the individual is the person who's identified as having well-being or not. So when we use the word identification, it's in the sense of a poverty measure. And also the aggregation is what proportion of individuals are enjoying well-being or not. And in terms of the conceptual framework, we relied on the UK National Dashboard of Wellbeing, and the 10 dimensions are adopted there. We couldn't match all of the indicators, and so the paper goes into great length about the 26 indicators we could match, and then how and why we retained the additional indicators. I won't go on that now, but it's just to say that this is a trial, an experimental paper. We used the Understanding Society Wave 9, dated 2017 to 19, the household and the adult questionnaires. Now the puck.
You should have control. If you go to the left-hand side of your screen, you should see the arrows. You go up and down.
Okay. Yep. So the advantage of having a single measure based on direct deprivations from the same household survey are elementary, and they would be the same for, in a sense, a consumption survey in some senses, and then beyond that for any other multidimensional approach. But first of all, what's new might be that it considers a joint distribution of different indicators at the same time. And in this case, we're focusing on well-being rather than poverty. And so each person's score looks at their own attainments. And then, like any other measure, it can be disaggregated by any subgroups for which the data are representative and broken down by indicator, so that one can see of the people with well-being or those without well-being, what is the indicator composition of their group or of the national group. So just to give a brief overview, we put it into these different dimensions, equally weighted indicators within the 8 dimensions, not claiming that these are perfect, but just to illustrate a methodology. Basically, each indicator is defined, and just for this exercise in this exchange, we also did a crosstab just to show the overlap and the non-overlap with the income poverty measure at risk of income poverty in terms of the percentage of the median income that's used in the UK, where 14.47% of people were poor according to these definitions in this survey. So we can see, for example, that it's unsurprisingly measuring a different thing from income poverty, but we're looking at well-being, not at poverty anyway. So the levels are quite higher, and this would need to be done with a median or with a different definition of consumption than the one that we've used. It was just to illustrate that we can look at them. So looking at food and veggie intake, a priority in that country, looking at inadequate heating, and also looking at, for example, people who are poor but can still heat their homes well. It can be quite interesting just to look at the relationship one by one between the direct deprivations and any income or consumption measure with different poverty, with different cutoffs, so that you just see how the measures relate. But I think rather than focusing on those, we would then want to look at altogether how does this measure work. So we applied 4 cutoffs. Each person has their own score of in which number of those indicators, weighted sum, they have achieved a sufficient condition for well-being according to the thresholds that were articulated there. And if it's 87% or more, you have a high favorable, and 3/4 or more, it's decent favorable, 2/3 or more moderate, and 50% or more is narrow. And under 50% is low in terms of well-being scores. And when we did that index, and then again we cross-tab it with the poor, poverty, at risk of income poverty measure, then there was some overlap between the people who had favorable well-being status and those who are linked as monetary poor, which is an interesting but a common occurrence when this is done with household surveys in a number of countries, including Bhutan. because people can be well in relationships or well in employment or well in some other features that are measured differently than an economic rate. And so it sort of brings into view a different aspect of well-being than some of the expanded consumption measures. Naturally, you can then look at the people who enjoy favorable well-being and see what percentage of people enjoy favorable well-being and have favorable conditions in different ones of the indicators. So that's what this slide shows. You can also do the opposite and look at those without favorable well-being and what they are deprived in. But here, fruits and veg weren't going so well, whereas relationships, employment, adequate heating was one in which many of the people with well-being enjoyed a high level of attainment. So attainment is the word we use for the binary, non-deprived status. Because this is an individual measure, it is also gender disaggregated. So you can see the differences between women and men in terms of where one gender is outperforming the other on average. But this could also be done for different individual groups. Where there is a household measure, because it relates to some of the earlier conversations in this survey or in this discussion, we can also retain individual information and still do gendered and intra-household analyses that's consistent with a household-based measure. But in the case of this paper, it was individual measure. And lastly, you can disaggregate by different groups. So this slide disaggregates by ethnic groups, finding that the white identified groups, 52.6, had favorable well-being, and among the other ethnic groups, it was 34.5, with the different groups having lower or higher levels of favorable well-being. So this is an illustration of a direct measure, how it could have a conversation that could be quite interesting with consumption measures and maybe fill a little bit of a gap if that were appropriate. And this is an area where we would be very interested, again, to explore conversations further, as it's something in which we have not worked in U.S. data, but would be interested to do so. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Sabina and Fanny, and we are almost exactly on time, and so we now have time for Q&A. You should raise your hand if you want to ask a question. We'll recognize you and unmute you. I suspect we won't have time to get to all the many questions that there will be, but so I remind you of something that Tizia said at the beginning, which is that if we don't get you, please put your question in the chat, and I gather they will make sure that your question gets to the relevant presenter after the session, and somebody gets back to you. So with that, I'm looking to see if there are any raised hands. If we don't have a raised hand yet, I know there were a couple questions already in the chat, the first of which was from Talib. And so maybe we could invite Talib to ask his question.
Yeah, actually, I can go ahead and read Talib's question.
Okay.
This was to Fernando. Talib was wondering whether you have also conducted a within-survey validation exercise for the proposed statistical matching, using a portion of the sample for model estimation and the rest for validation to compare predicted estimates to those that are observed. And then we also have a question following up on Talib's question from Pilar, that he would like to hear more about reasons for using propensity score versus other matching strategies, such as Corson matching and the promise/challenges of using matching methods for research that aims to examine the relationship between variables for different data sets, i.e. in a regression framework, study the relationship between income and home production.
Yes, so if I can answer first with Ali. So as far as I know, well, the methodology started before I started working on this, but based on my conversation with Tom, he started with that kind of validation procedure. I have actually applied the same kind of exercise as the one you're describing for an in-class example, where I would take, let's say, a sample of only a couple households for the CPS, divide it into and impute using this methodology. methodology, the wages of either the husband or the wife, to later compare some measures of income inequality, poverty, etc., and finding quite good numbers in that regard. So I was able to replicate quite closely the results for the aggregates, and for some specific groups, I was able to replicate quite closely measures of poverty and inequality. Regarding the second question, the main reason why we use, well, first of all, it's not exactly propensity score matching in the sense of finding the individual who has the closest propensity score. Is rank matching. I didn't have enough time to explain that. The idea is not to look at an individual with the same propensity score, but to use as a donor the information from somebody from the donor file who has the same rank based on the propensity score. That's why it's very important to have a distribution for all the common variables that is similar across all distributions, so you can make sure that if people have the same rank in terms of low or high propensity score, that they are going to be also similar in characteristics. As part of the quality match, however, we are starting to introduce the idea of really comparing not only the propensity score itself or comparing the imputed data, but comparing the characteristics that we use for the matching, meaning if I have the distribution of age from the donor file, but I also have distribution of age for the recipient file already matched, I can compare how that information behaves. Regarding to the challenge of using these methodologies for regression analysis, I think, at least that's based on my understanding, most methodologies, including a standard imputation analysis, rely on the same assumption of conditional independence for the variables that are observed jointly. So there is not much that we can do about that. But the reason, again, another reason why we decided to go with the constraint matching is that we are really interested in transferring the whole distribution and to avoid some problems that could develop from just using other types of matching, where some observations are used more often than others. That's basically it. There can be problems with using imputed variables. Yes, actually, I also read couple of papers that we are not sure how to integrate within the methodologies that we have, in which it's possible if you have an a priori reason or a priori information on what's the potential relationship between the variables that you're trying to impute, you can improve on the imputation itself, either by multiple imputation or by statistical matching, but we still haven't figured out a way to actually include that within our matching algorithm. If there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. And so I'm looking for other questions. I don't see hands, Jake. Do you?
There are no hands at the moment, but Lisa has a question. So you can see her. She'll jump in.
Yeah, I actually typed it in the chat. It was for Tyler and Krishna. The results using the what I was seeing, the results using the clothing alone based equivalent scale versus the one using the food based equivalent scale give you very different poverty rates. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So are you suggesting that for a total consumption measure, certain components of consumption would be equivalized using the clothing-based equivalent scales, and other parts of consumption would be equivalized using the food-based equivalent scale? And then you would add all of those different equivalized values together for the unit?
Let me speak to this one. So it's important to realize that the resource share is a single object. There's just one of it. And so, in that example, I said the resource share of men was 45%. What that meant was that if you wanted to ascribe an expenditure level to a man in a household, you would ascribe him 45% of the total household budget. And that would be how much expenditure he really gets to consume. It's consumed at these cheaper prices because some things are shareable, but it's nonetheless, there's just one resource share. There's not a different resource share for each good. So that was probably something I failed to get across in the presentation. But what Talib was talking about is the fact that you need one assignable good to identify that resource share. So, in most data sets, you will only have one. But in this special Bangladeshi data set, you had clothing available, observed for each individual, and you had food observed for each individual. That meant you could use these two assignable goods to estimate the one resource share.
Right, but they gave you the results. That's what is my concern.
Hang on. That is a test of the model.
I see.
So it's good to have a model that's testable. I mean, of course, it's bad if you fail all the time, but it's good to have a model that is testable. And this is a very strong restriction of the model. It says if you had 10 assignable goods in beautiful, wonderful aspirational data, all 10 of those would give you the same number, 45%. And so that model test is very strong. At the level of resource shares, we don't quite fully pass and we don't quite fully fail. The men's resource share is the same in Bangladesh, regardless of which particular good you use to identify it. But we have evidence that maybe the women and children are not quite the same, and that the gaps are like 3 percentage points, but we have a lot of data, so we can get a lot of precision. So even that 3% point difference between the estimates coming from food or coming from clothing can be rejected. So it's kind of like it's somewhere in the middle. And, it'd be nice to have more countries, more goods, more examples so that we could know whether this is like a total bomb of a model or whether it's, good enough. And good enough, I would argue, doesn't have to be that good because we don't have a lot of alternatives for this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yeah, bottom line is there's only one resource share and we use different goods if we have them to try to identify that resource share from data.
Well, in a country like Bangladesh, which is this resource share, it's based on financial resources, so home-produced clothing is not included in creating your resource share estimate?
Actually,
or is it included?
Home production, the imputed value of home production is in the household budget, and it's therefore part of what we're trying to get a resource share of.
Okay, so you have home-produced clothing for each individual in your surveys.
We have so in this particular Bangladeshi survey, we have imputed value of home-produced food, and that's the big one because, as you saw, food is 60% of the budget. We do not have the imputed value of home-produced clothing, so we're using market purchases of clothing.
Krishna, maybe just.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Tom. No, go ahead.
I was going to say we probably have time for just one more question, so maybe you could follow this up with you. And there's a question for one of the other speakers, and I'll share. Jake, could you lead the last question, the question for Fanny and Sabrina out? From Dahlia.
Yep. So from Dahlia, for Sabina and Fanny, when including health status itself rather than health insurance, what is the conceptualization you are after? Pure well-being without a sense of economic resources contributing to it?
No, that's a great question. So in this case, remember it's the UK setting with the national health system. So the NHS means that most people would not have health insurance. And we were limited by the questionnaire. And so what it had was satisfaction with health and self-reported health, which I'm personally not a fan of, but James Foster and others say that, look, in countries like that in some cases it's a good all-around proxy for what we're after, which is health functionings. Another option is the World Bank's the LSMS module on health functionings. Can you carry a table? Can you climb a flight of stairs? Can you bathe and dress yourself? But these are direct conditions of health. What you would want, of course, for a person with a chronic health condition would be to know if it was treated to the best of medical possibilities. But given that these are questions that will be in multi-topic health surveys, then the question will really be to look at what questions will be the best proxies for some objective health functioning condition, if that is what the well-being measure is supposed to be looking at. And in this case, that's what we were going for. But the questions we were able to use were those two, and so we did. In the EU Silk, there's chronic health conditions and activity limitations. So all the surveys are different, and there's always criticisms of using subjective self-report health in these kind of work. But these are the data we had, and as I said, this is an illustrative paper.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure we could continue, but we've run into the break. So I will close the session formally, although I remind you again that you can put your questions in the chat either directly to the speaker or to everyone, and Jake will pass them on. So let me just thank again our speakers for an excellent session. So that was Jonathan, Ajit, Fernando, Krishna, Philip, Fanny, and Sabrina. Thank you very much for an excellent session. Really enjoyed that.
All right, we have 3 minutes to take a little break. Oh, it's 5 minutes. Okay, take 5 minutes. We'll see you back in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, it's 12:42. The next session is durables. Our session leader is Rob Page. Rob has served as an economist at BLS for over 30 years and is currently the Assistant Commissioner for the Consumer Price Index Program. He co-chaired a recent interagency technical working group on consumer inflation measures and is currently leading research at BLS on subgroup population indexes and indexes based on a payment approach. In addition, he represents the U.S. on the steering committee of the UN ECE-sponsored international group of CPI Experts Council. Rob?
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. This last session today focuses on durables, which is an important component of consumption measurement in the U.S. Durables, including owned shelter, account for over 1/3 of the weight in the headline CPI. And conventionally, the treatment of durables is inconsistent. A rental equivalence or service flow approach is typically used for owned realty in the official CPI for most countries, while an acquisition approach is used for personalty. This inconsistency exists because it is very difficult in practice to quantify or evaluate the flow of service derived from most durables. One of the problems is quality, specifically how long a good provides constant utility to the consumer, which can, of course, affect the depreciation period and rate attached to various durable products. So this issue is depicted here by this popular meme for the age-old adage, they don't make them like they used to. And for those of you who remember having a gold fridge in your home in the 1970s, perhaps you'll agree that this meme rings a bit true. So we have two presentations in this session on durables valuation. Our first presenter is James Sullivan, as a professor of economics at the University of Notre Dame and co-founder and director of the Wilson Sheehan Lab for Economic Opportunities, which is a research center that works with service providers and policymakers to identify effective and scalable solutions to reduce poverty in America. Jim was recently appointed to the U.S. Commission on Social Impact Partnerships, and he serves on the National Poverty Research Center Advisory Board. Jim received his bachelor's degree from the University of Notre Dame and his PhD from Northwestern. So Jim, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Rob, and thanks to the whole BLS team for organizing this symposium. I think it's great to get these comments shared in one spot. And my remarks today really come from several different papers, either completed or in progress, that are joint with various authors, including Bruce Meyer and Ji-Hoon Han. I'm also going to show you some results on the quality of reporting of data in the CE that includes Adam B from the U.S. Census. So it's really kind of a mixture of a number of different papers. And maybe I'll start by kind of re-emphasizing a point that's been made by many, which is that accounting for durables in a measure of consumption is really important. There's a lot of different ways to emphasize this. If you just look at the fraction of spending on durables as a fraction of total spending, it's over a fifth, and I'll tell you a little bit more about where I get that number in a second. And it's also important to recognize that durables are consumed or yield utility over multiple periods. And, I'm a little vague here on what I mean by a period. I think that's kind of key is over how many periods or how long amount of time do we want something to last before we call it a durable. Many have kind of a thought of it being 3 years, but there isn't really a hard and fast rule. It probably depends or should depend a lot on the period over which you're thinking about consumption. Now, to account for durables in a measure of consumption, we need to calculate a service flow, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. But before doing that, I just want to kind of get a sense of what we mean by durables and how important they are. So here's just data from the National Income and Product Accounts, the PCE numbers, and this first bar is the numerator is the imputed rent on owner-occupied housing in the PCE, and the denominator is total personal consumption expenditures. So it's about just under 12% of total spending is accounted for by housing flows from owner-occupied housing. Now, those are already classified as flows, so they're not durables in the national income accounts. When they're talking about durables, it's non-housing durables, and total non-housing durables is about 11% of total spending, the largest category being vehicles at about 4% of total spending, and then also furnishing and appliances are at a little under 3%. Recreational goods, which are, televisions, video games, computers, and, that basketball hoop you just put up in your backyard, that's all in recreational goods, and other goods are like eyeglasses, jewelry, and luggage. And so the kind of a key point, and Rob alluded to this in his introductory remarks, is that this is a really important component of total spending, the durables are, and so we want to think about how we incorporate that into a measure of consumption. It's also important, not just a large fraction of spending, but most households own these common durables. And so if you look at vehicles, for example, 90% of individuals live in consumer units that have at least one vehicle, and about 60% live in consumer units that have 2 or more vehicles. And that number has not changed all that much over time. So all of these data are from the Consumer Expenditure Interview Survey. If you look at owner-occupied housing, about 70% or so of individuals live in consumer units that are in owner-occupied housing. That has fluctuated a little bit over time, but has been fairly steady. If you look at the fraction of the population that lives in a house that is owned and they pay a mortgage, it's about half, whereas about a fifth of individuals live in houses that are owned and they own it free and clear, so they're not paying a mortgage, and that really emphasizes the importance of wanting to move beyond just spending to calculate a service flow for durables like housing. So for today, what I wanted to just highlight were talk a little bit about how service flows are typically measured and maybe comment on some pros and cons briefly. I'll present some evidence on how well these durables are measured, and then show what impact this has on the distribution of these flows, and also the distribution of total consumption versus spending. So just conceptually, to kind of reemphasize some points that have already been made by others, we're interested in the value of the flow of services from durables. And there's 2 common ways to do this. One would be to ask the respondent what they would pay to rent the good for a specific time period, or how much they could rent it out for. This is the common approach that we use for capturing the service flow on owner-occupied housing. For others, if we don't have that kind of information, we might estimate the service flow using the current market price and a depreciation rate. And that's the common approach that we've typically taken with things like vehicles. So let me talk about owner-occupied housing first. So the standard approach is to rely on a key question in the consumer expenditure survey that says, if someone were to rent this unit, how much do you think it would rent for monthly, unfurnished and without utilities? It's important to pay attention to the question because that means that it's not capturing the flow value of the furniture in the house or the value of the utilities. And I mean, it almost become commonplace now, or anybody who's measuring consumption uses this as the flow value from owner-occupied housing. It's a real strength of this is that it really is the right concept of capturing this flow, and it's a fairly straightforward question to ask and capture in a survey. One criticism we've had, and I remember someone pushing us on this at a conference, is do people really know what their house would rent for if they've never rented their house or if they live in a market where renting is not common? And it's hard to validate this measure. I'm going to show you a little evidence that perhaps provides some promise to the fact that people might be actually capturing something that is consistent with other indicators of the rental value of the house. Another slightly tangential comment about the flow from housing. So this doesn't have to do with owner-occupied housing, but is more related to this rental equivalent question, is that we don't really observe the value of housing for those in public or subsidized housing because they don't report the rent that they pay, the full market rent, and they're not asked the question about rental equivalent. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in my wrap-up comments. Moving on to vehicles, there are two approaches one might think to taking that could be feasible approaches that could be done for vehicles. The one that's been alluded to, Jonathan talked about it as an option, would be to just actually take the current market price for every vehicle that is reported in the consumer expenditure survey. That gives you the current price, and then you have an estimated depreciation rate that could also be used from these blue book values. And you could use that to calculate a service flow. Caleb's going to go through kind of the standard equations that are used there, and Jonathan already laid some of those out. This is really nice because you can get a good estimate of the market price for most make, model, year combinations. Now, it does require linking to outside information. That might be fairly straightforward, getting information on the market value of vehicles today. So for the current surveys, but might be harder to get what was the market value, the Kelley Blue Book value of, my Honda Accord back in 2015. So that you have to dig into archives, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Another approach, which is much more common, which others have already talked about, is to use existing data in the consumer expenditure survey on the prices of vehicles to estimate the current market price and the depreciation rate. So my 2015 Honda Accord, you could, in theory, you might not observe the current market value for it, but you go into the CE and you find another 2015 Honda Accord that was purchased at the time of the survey and use the market value of that as a proxy for the market value for my car. As Jonathan mentioned, they no longer make all that information available in the public use data, but certainly in the past and my understanding is with restricted use data, you might have access to more information about the vehicle, which could then provide more accurate estimates of the current market value. This is a particular challenge when trying to estimate the price of less common vehicles or older vehicles. I gave my brother my 2002 Chevy Impala. You might not find one of those in the most recent release of the Consumer Expenditure Survey, so how are we supposed to get the current market value for these older, more obscure cars, even if we had make, model, and year information in the data? Okay, so before I talk about how this affects the distribution, let me just make a comment about imputing from other service flows, from other durables. In theory, we could do this for furniture, we could do this for computers and other durable goods. There's a number of limitations. One is it's not clear you necessarily want to do this for goods. Some of these things that we might, or that are officially called durables, might depreciate quickly. The average life of a smartphone these days is about 2 years. So maybe it doesn't make sense to calculate a flow from it. It's also much harder to get estimates of the service flows when we don't have a good information on the current market value for the used goods. So that just creates some challenges. I think that this doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but probably means there needs to be more research and access to better data before it's fully implemented. It's also important to note that these things are less likely to have a large impact on the overall level and distribution of consumption relative to expenditures, because it's together they're about 6.5% of spending. So what is the evidence on the quality reporting of these durables? Let me kind of highlight a series of information that we have here that we think provides some validity in the quality of this in the consumer expenditure survey. So in this graph, what we show is total vehicles reported. This is cars and trucks in the consumer expenditure survey, and those that are reported in administrative data, state motor vehicle registrations. And the key point we want to make here is that even though there are some non-comparabilities of why you would think the CE numbers would be lower, we don't have rental cars, taxis, or corporate vehicles, the ratio is reasonably high, between 80 and 90% in every year, and that ratio has been fairly steady. So the cars tend to be reported fairly well, the ownership of the vehicles. If you look at the reported purchase price of these vehicles in the data as compared to what we get in what is something like Kelley Blue Book, the National Auto Dealers Association data, what you see is that the purchase price that is reported by cars or by consumer units in the CE are very highly correlated with the price you would get if you looked it up in essentially the Blue Book value. One thing that jumps out of this when you look at these correlations is that the more recently the car was purchased by the consumer unit, the more closely their reported purchase price is to the value that is reported in say, a Blue Book. But overall, we find this as encouraging evidence that consumer units recognize that what the market price of the car is. On top of that, if you look at spending, total spending on new motor vehicles in the consumer expenditure survey, and that being the numerator divided by what the national income accounts say is spent at the aggregate level of the denominator, that ratio is close to 1 and has been fairly close to 1 over a long period of time. This is kind of part of a broader point that Bruce and Adam and I have made, that although there is some concern about certain components of the consumer expenditure survey that are underreported, and the underreporting has gotten worse, many components, and in particular the large components in this survey, are actually reported quite well, and that the evidence when compared to the PCE is quite encouraging. If you look at comparing the total rental equivalent in the consumer expenditure survey to imputed owner-occupied rent in the PCE, that number also is high, that ratio, so it's actually above 1, and has remained above 1 over a long period of time. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that the imputed rent from the PCE is the truth, but it is encouraging that what homeowners in the CE are reporting as the rental equivalent of their house does align with other approaches to valuing the rental flows from owner-occupied housing. So when looking at the effect of or the difference between consumption flows and spending, let me just show you a couple of different figures before I wrap up. So this is just the housing consumption, so that's the rental equivalent, as compared to housing spending, which is mortgage, interest payments, and property taxes, insurance payments and property taxes. And for this, I've reported the 90th, 75th, and 50th percentiles of those distributions you see that consumption exceeds expenditures on housing in all cases, on owned housing in all cases. And that's because, we're missing a lot of the value that's consumed when you look at mortgage payments. Obviously, that's not fully capturing it. In fact, you get, for a majority of households, the expenditures on owned housing is very low or zero. Another point that we should make, though, is that the trends tend to be fairly similar here. In terms of vehicles, you also see, for those same percentiles, you see that consumption exceeds spending. So the flow value from vehicles, when averaged across consumer units by year, exceeds the out-of-pocket spending on new vehicles. There is some points in the distribution where the spending is going to be much higher, but you have to go, if I show you, all the way up to the 95th percentile, where out-of-pocket spending on vehicles, so this is where you take the full value of purchasing the new car in the quarter as compared to the flow value. At the very high end of the distribution, spending exceeds consumption. Consumption is much smoother and smoother over time. Ultimately, we're going through these exercises to come up with a measure of total consumption. And so I wanted to leave you kind of the last results was what is the effect of this on total comparing spending versus consumption. And a point that Jonathan made earlier is that the variability in consumption, so the variance in expenditure, is greater than that for consumption at a point in time. If you look at percentiles, you see that is due to the fact that the 90th percentile of expenditures exceeds the 90th percentile of consumption. But if you look at the 10th percentile, the 10th percentile of expenditures overlaps almost exactly with the 10th percentile of consumption. And the key difference between these two measures is that I'm converting vehicle spending and housing expenditures to their flows. The other point that I'll make from this figure that kind of jumps out is that although the levels are different and the dispersion is different, the changes over time are very similar. And just one other point I'll make that just kind of builds off of Jonathan's results is that when you look at the percentiles that don't include the entire distribution of consumption, you actually see that consumption inequality does not rise. When he was showing you Gini coefficients, he showed that consumption inequality was rising. But that relies on parts of the distribution where he and others have shown that maybe the CE isn't fully capturing consumption all that accurately. So to wrap up, just a few considerations. I'm actually excited that others have already mentioned or alluded to these things. One is that there's a lot of opportunities to link to administrative data in order to get the value of certain things that could be important in terms of what we think of as durables. An obvious one here is the value of subsidized housing. So you could link to administrative data on housing subsidies to get that value. Bruce Meyer, along with others, are already working on getting data such as that, linked to the Consumer Expenditure Survey. And but the other information that would be available would be to get information on the value of public housing. So this goes back to asking something like a rental equivalent for those that live in public housing so that we could get the flow value for that. That may not be so critical for giving the overall distribution of consumption, but when you're thinking about things like consumption poverty, doing things like this could really matter. And then I will add my support for getting greater information on vehicles in order to get accurate estimates of the flow value for those durables. And with that, I will stop.
So thank you, Jim. Lots of interesting information there. We'll hold questions at the end as a reminder. We'll move on to our second presenter, Caleb Cho. He's an economist in the Price and Index Number Research Division here at BLS. Holds a bachelor's degree from George Washington University and a master's degree from Tufts. He joined BLS in 2018 After working at the World Bank as a consultant for several years, his current work focuses on the development of experimental disease-based price indexes and measuring consumption of durable goods. So Caleb, you have the floor.
Okay. Thanks everyone for having me here. I'm a research assistant in the Division of the Price and Index Number Research at the BLS. So Jim's presentation is a great introduction for measuring consumption of durables, including motor vehicles. So against that backdrop, I'm going to present our study on consumption measures of motor vehicles from consumer expenditure surveys spanning from 1996 to 2019. So this is a joint work with Dominic Smith from the same divisions, DPINR at BLS. So now let me tell you what we are doing on the consumption of motor vehicles. Next slide, please. So why we start this project? So first of all, the consumption of the long-lived items, such as owner-occupied housing and the motor vehicles, are an important part of measuring living standards of households. So motor vehicles are often the most expensive durable good that many households purchase. So however, the alternative measures based on the spending can be misleading because people do not buy cars very often, and once purchased, getting benefits from it for several years. So in that sense, no spending does not necessarily imply the no consumption. So this is the one of the big issues in measuring consumption of the long-lived items in general, because the consumption and spending can take place at different times and may exhibit the different patterns over time. Next. So there are several ways to measure the consumption of durable goods, as Jim explained in the previous presentation. And the main concept of our study is to get depreciation of motor vehicles. So compared to spending, which measures the value of motor vehicles at the time of purchase. So our consumption measures change in values of motor vehicles between the beginning and the end of a period. So for example, if people buy a car, it will be shown as a big spike in spending. But our consumption measures smooth out these increases in spending by measuring service flows that the motor vehicles generate during the reference period. So the biggest advantage of our approach is that consumption can be measured for individual consumer unit. The C data includes the main characteristics of all owned vehicles along with the purchase prices. So using this data, we can estimate the consumption of the motor vehicles individually for all consumer units that own vehicles. So these estimates are positive in each period and thus provide an opportunity to study consumption patterns at individual level. Now let me explain what the data looks like and how we estimate the depreciation and how we measure the consumption. Next. I'm going to skip this slide and then explain all those details in the following slides. So our primary data source is the Consumer Expenditure Survey, Interview Survey, which provides information on household ownership of motor vehicles. So we begin our study in 1996 and all the way through 2019, which is the latest year we have the full year data is available. So we observe the makes, model of the owned vehicles through the vehicle descriptions or vehicle codes. And we keep only cars, SUVs, and trucks, which approximately makes up 85% of all vehicles in our sample, and dropping those observations corresponding to the boats, kayaks, aircraft, RVs, and all unknown vehicles, which accounts for approximately 15%. So this leaves us with more than 1 million vehicles owned by all consumer units. So among all motor vehicles surveyed in the CEs, only 23% have a purchase price reported. So approximately 40% of the vehicles were purchased in new condition, and the 60% of those were purchased as used. So reported purchase price are converted into $1,983 using the CPI used car indexes. Now let me move on our estimation process. Next, please. So now we are going to measure the consumption as change in values of motor vehicles, which is the depreciations in two different ways. So annual depreciation rates can be estimated as shown in this model. So we regress the logo price of a vehicle J on age at time T, controlling the vehicle's main characteristics. We also try to control the geographic area of the consumer unit, but this attempt does not yield any significant differences in terms of depreciation rates. So to estimate the age-specific depreciation rates, we constructed 20 subsamples, which includes only new cars and vehicles of the specific ages and run a separate regression on each subsample. And the coefficients of each regression can be then interpreted as an annual percentage depreciation rates for vehicles at that age. Next, please. So this table shows how we construct the subsamples of each regression for our depreciation estimations. So the samples shown in the first two rows are for estimation of constant geometric depreciation rates, one for used vehicles, the other one for new vehicles. And the following rows indicates how we construct the samples for estimation of each age-specific depreciation rates. So in general, each sample includes new cars of age 0 and the used cars of specific ages from 1 to 20. So we remove the vehicles purchased for less than $300 in real dollar term because those prices may not reflect the correct market values, as they might be purchased from the friends or relatives or as a personal gift at a discount price. So we also include in our regressions only those vehicles that have all characteristics available, since missing characteristics could affect the coefficient of the regression. Next. So the estimated coefficients are then converted into the depreciation rates using the log approximation equation, where the beta A is the coefficient of the regressions. Then we calculate the current market value of the consumer unit vehicles, consumer expenditure survey vehicles, with two different treatments. So for vehicles with the reported purchase price, the current market value of a vehicle at the time T is the remaining market value after the depreciation since owning the vehicles. For those vehicles with no purchase price available, we impute the current market values with the average values of the vehicles with similar characteristics, including make, model, year, or age, and purchase conditions. A service flow from a vehicle J of age A for at the time T, so would then be an annual depreciation of its current market value. Alas, the consumption of the consumer unit I is the sum of the all service flows from all vehicles owned by the consumer unit. Next slide, please. So the estimated annual percentage depreciation rates by a vehicle's age are shown in this figure. So x-axis indicates the vehicle age, and the y-axis shows the annual depreciation rates. So on average, a new car is depreciated a little faster than a used car, as shown in the horizontal dotted lines. And not surprisingly, the values of new cars depreciate much faster in the earlier periods, and then depreciate at a relatively constant rates, about 14% in the middle of its life cycle, and depreciate more slowly in later years, towards the end of its life. So our estimation suggests a new car can lose its value more than 20% in its first year, and loses almost half of its initial value within 2 years of a purchase. So this finding is roughly consistent with estimations from other sources like Carfax.com or Kelley Blue Book. Next slide, please. So we constructed two aggregate series of the quarterly average consumption of the motor vehicles for all consumer units, including those who do not own any vehicles. So the consumption series with non-parametric depreciation is shown in red, solid red, and the series with the constant geometric depreciation is shown in dotted blue right below it. So we also construct another time series based on net spending, by directly taking the average of the net purchase prices reported in the C data across all consumer units, which is shown in the dotted green line. So all series are adjusted for seasonality by taking rolling average over the 4 quarters, including the previous 2, the current, and the next quarter. So time series based on the depreciation approaches tend to have a relatively smooth quarter-to-quarter changes, while the series based on spending show much more fluctuation in consumption measures. So in spite of some discrepancies between the series, generally all are moving in the same directions. But now you might wonder whether the consumption and spending are close to each other at individual consumption unit as well. The answer is no. The similarity of the average consumption and spending of all consumer units does not imply that two measures are the same at the consumer unit level. Next slide, please. So these two histograms compares the consumption of the spending in the fourth quarter of 2019 at consumer unit levels. So the left is for spending and the right is for consumption. So we see roughly the 95% of the consumer units didn't buy a car in that period, as shown in the one tall like vertical bar. And roughly 15% of the consumer units didn't have a consumption either because they did not own any cars within our definitions. But we still see the consumption is relatively more evenly distributed. And now I'm going to zoom in and show what spending and consumptions look like if we drop those zero spendings and consumptions. Next, please. So these are the distributions of the positive spending and consumptions. So we can still see the difference in two measures. The spendings are unevenly distributed over between the 0 and 60,000, while distribution of the consumption looks like somewhat similar to a normal distributions with a peak around the 500. Next slide, please. So this scatter plot shows how spending of each consumer unit is related to consumption. So I plot the spending of all consumer units that own cars in the fourth quarter of 2019 on x-axis and the plot consumption on y-axis. So you can see that the many consumer units have a zero spending but still have positive consumptions. If you're looking at the positive spending, you can see that they are strongly correlated. A simple regression on those two measures suggests that on average, the $100 increase in spending on motor vehicles is equivalent of $5 increase in consumption. So next slide. So to wrap up, in this study, we afford the two consumption measures based on depreciations. One is with constant geometric depreciation, similar to the previous literature, and the other one is based on the non-parametric approach using the age-specific depreciations. So we make the comparison between them as well as with the spending measure at both aggregate and consumer unit level. So we show that the consumption and spending are correlated each other. However, the two measures have very different distributions and the values at consumer unit level. So on the other hand, the depreciation approach results in a reliable and the smooth estimate of the consumption even at the consumer unit levels. So we think the next step of our study is to move forward to like full use of cost approach as taking into account that some like interest payment, the maintenance repairs, and the insurance. So we also consider owner equivalent rent or imputed rent approach for owned vehicles using CE leased vehicle data. So that would allow us to make a full comparison between all possible approaches for consumption of durable goods. This is the end of my presentation. Thanks.
Okay, very much for presentation, great information. We're doing well on time. We have about 7 minutes remaining for questions. And so I wait for some hands being raised in the participant list. I do have a comment for Jim on this issue of evaluating the full market value of rented shelter for households living in public housing or subsidized housing. As late as 2018, I believe the Consumer Expenditure Interviews question that asked renters what the rental value was of a similar unit in their development. And that might be a way to get at the information that you're looking for. Perhaps that question is no longer being asked, or perhaps it's not available on the public use tape, but something to look into.
Rob, if I can just...
Yeah, it's still being asked.
Yeah, it's still being asked, but I believe it may only be asked of folks who reply that they received some amount of their rent as pay. I'm not sure what the universe is for that variable.
Great. We'll definitely look into that. Thanks.
Okay. Do we have any questions from the floor? Seeing any? Jake, how about anything in the chat?
Yes, we have one from Sarah Wolf. If both autos and homes are durables that provide a service flow, why are motor vehicles in the durable goods category while shelter is in services? How are motor vehicle services captured in the transportation services category in services PCE?
So the first part of that, we think of both housing and cars as durables, but in the PCE, they don't capture out-of-pocket spending on purchasing the whole home, which is a purchase that occurs relatively frequently. Instead, they use the imputed rental value from owner-occupied housing. And so because they're reporting that flow, they classify it as under services and not under durables. And in terms of transportation services, that category in the PCE includes lots of things like air travel and maintenance and repairs. Under motor vehicle services specifically, which is a subcomponent of transportation services, the largest categories are maintenance, repairs, vehicle leasing, and vehicle rental. So all of those would be separate from the service flows we're thinking about from owner-occupied housing.
And I can add on to that that in the U.S. CPI, default categorization for the purchase of all commodities, both durables and non-durables, is sort of the acquisition approach. So it's not the flow of service. The flow of service for durables is sort of the experimental or proposed alternative treatment. The exception being realty-owned homes. We do use the rental equivalent flow of service approach for defining the weight of owned shelter in the CPI. Lisa, looks like you have a question.
Yeah. Actually, this is for you, Rob. How do you see a use of what we're doing in the consumption side, the implications for the consumer price index? Because like you said, by default, you're taking the net purchase price for vehicles, but if you want a fully consistent measure, even for the CPI, wouldn't you be using more of a flow of services approach too? And if so, how would you go about that?
I absolutely do. There's a lot of research underway at BLS looking at methodological choices in how we aggregate across households, well, across items within the household and then across households to produce our all items CPI products. There's this thinking that depending on the purpose of an index, that a flow of service approach or is superior or a better approach to producing household-specific indexes or measuring aggregate price change across all items consumed in a market basket at the household level, and then to democratically weight the households to produce an index rather than plutocratically weighting an index. As Caleb alluded to in his presentation, if you use the acquisition approach for the purchase of large ticket items, such as new vehicles or furniture or appliances, or even some services like education. Under the acquisition approach, it can create some extreme weights at the household level. Someone buys a car, the relative importance based on the acquisition approach could be 80, 90% of total spending on new vehicles, when the average at the U.S. level for all consumers, for the average consumer, is only 3%. So this creates a huge distortion in the distribution of weights at the household level, and it creates a measurement issue on this idea of producing household-specific indexes to then subsequently democratically weight for an index. So we are examining this issue and looking at flow of service definitions for some of our alternative products.
Okay, I actually have a question for Jim as well. I know that most of your work has been on cars and trucks, but have you looked at vehicles, for example? Some people want to they sell their houses, they live in their houses, and they travel around. And so there's like housing and vehicle flows of services in those. And they, that can affect a segment of the population who, we would say are poor when really they're not, because they're getting this flow from their RVs.
Yeah, so we do as much as we can with the data we have. We agree that to the extent that you can calculate flows from these other vehicles, it could be really important. They fall into the recreational vehicles category in the PC. To the extent that we observe purchase price information in the consumer expenditure survey, we can implement the approach that we use for cars and trucks. It's very similar to the approach that Jonathan had laid out earlier to impute the value of RVs and vans and other things that might not be same. But if to the extent that there's so few of them in the survey, if you don't observe any comparable price, then it's not clear how to get a market value for that. Now, you could imagine going the route of outside sources like a Blue Book value. There are certainly prices available for those kinds of vehicles, and then it would be very straightforward to calculate those flows.
Well, actually, Jonathan just put in a comment and says people living in RVs wouldn't be in the address-based CE sample. That's right. So we'd just be picking up the RVs that are for recreation and not for, quote, living.
And a lot of people who own RVs don't live in them. So I think it's still important to think about that.
Right. And then, another point about vehicles. I know in the public use file, I don't have access to the ownership and purchase of airplanes. But we do in the CE. And when we're talking about distributions, that upper end of the distribution, these are the ones who are purchasing these planes. So the fact that we're not including a flow of services for vehicles means that, again, we're not capturing the consumption of, this 1% or this 0.5% of the upper end of the distribution, at least in the public use data. And we haven't done it. Caleb and Dominique haven't tried to address that in their work as well.
Presumably, it would be really interesting to know who get access to that information or to do some analyses with that. Presumably, those who are purchasing airplanes have very high levels of consumption of many other components in the CE, and so they probably would already be at the very tail of the distribution. But that's something that I think would be interesting to verify.
So I think we've reached the end of our allotted time for the session, so I do want to thank both presenters for the information today. Again, if you have a question that did not get answered, you can put it in the chat, and we can make sure that they're forwarded on to the panelists, and we'll get the answer to you after the fact. So I think I'll turn it to Thesa, back to Thesa for some summary comments about today's session.
Thank you, Rob. And I want to thank all the presenters, the panelists, the session leaders. This has been an outstanding day. Oh, and also our audience members who submitted questions. Thank you very much. We're going to wrap it up for today, and we will see you in the morning. Again, we're going to try to have everything open by the WebEx open by 8:30 tomorrow morning. We were a little late on that today. Our plan is to have it ready and open by 8:40 in the morning. So I hope you enjoy your lunch or dinner or whatever else is on schedule for now. See you tomorrow.